Hey, Centerpiece Reese and Mr. Mike Microwave. I'm finishing up eating lunch right now. So it'll be a minute or two. Made some quesadillas. By the way, highly recommend, if you make quesadillas, to add a little bit of seasoning to the cheese. Like just some chili powder, chipotle pepper, ground cayenne pepper, stuff like that. Give it a little bit of extra kick to it. Also, another pro cooking tip. Whenever you're making something quick in a pan, like grilled cheese, quesadilla, just pressing a sandwich, something like that, put the butter on the bread before it goes in the pan. Don't just put it in the pan. Deerclops shouldn't take too long. He has low defense and is also really easy to hit. Shouldn't take more than maybe half an hour. Probably less than that. We'll just need to get it set up. We also need to get the gear to summon Deerclops, though. Which, honestly, the hardest part of that is going to be getting 3 lenses. Or 2 lenses, I think. Honestly, I forget how many lenses it is to summon Deerclops. So out of lenses. Hey, Zalazi. I'll head off to the snow biome first, though. I've done a little bit of imp farming to try to, get an obsidian rose, but it didn't work out. Okay, snow biome is off over here. I'll probably magic conjure to the surface and then dig down about here. Okay, let me also get these extra potions out of here. Take this moon glow as well. Wait, I have a staff of... Wait, did I get a staff of regrowth? I don't even remember. I don't think I did, because I would have kept it on me if I had one. I think I just gave up and fought Queen Bee instead. But I wanted to get one. Okay. Let's sell some of this stuff. Oh, no, I don't want to pet you. Hive pack. Oh, no, we beat Queen Bee yesterday. Brand of Cthulhu was 2 days ago. I don't need bee wax for anything. I don't think I'll need stingers, but I'll keep it just in case. I also need to build houses, which I still haven't done. Purification powder in here. Accessories, honeycomb go in here. Go on the statues chest. Okay. Let's go hunting for some flinxes. I have hunter potions. Yeah, I do. Yeah, hunter potions, lasagna for food buffs, and a mining potion. And, you know, since I'm going to the underground snow biome, I may as well get some spelunker potions. Because we could get some loot there. Potentially. I mean, a blizzard in a bottle wouldn't hurt. Okay. Yes, if you missed it yesterday, we killed Queen Bee. So far, we've done 4 bosses. Eye of Cthulhu, King Slime, Brain of Cthulhu, and Queen Bee. And it was no small task killing all of them. Particularly Queen Bee, who was very difficult. It was very difficult to hit her, and she also has a pretty obscene amount of defense for a pre-hard mode enemy. Oh shit, we got surface mushroom biome, effectively. So we're getting mushy ladybugs. If you didn't know, mushy ladybugs and anemo are fungus and things like that. They're not hard mode exclusive enemies. They'll spawn on the surface if you have a surface mushroom biome in free hard mode. Hey, Tempestissima. What'd you miss? Were you here yesterday? If you weren't here yesterday, you missed. Hold on. If you weren't here yesterday, you missed the street. Hey, Kale from Wonderland. Don't know how I'm gonna fight Skeletron? No. We'll figure it out. Just call you Carol? Okay. Skeletron's hand should basically do nothing against us. There's no Macdusa cheese? Check my recent shorts. Yeah. I put one out. It involves an invincibility machine. Can I read some more HP Lovecraft when we fight the next boss? I don't... Like, I'll see what the situation's like. Not every boss is going to be something we can do that in. I would also, like, I described the invincibility machine in a video. Like a full video, so if there's not enough information from the short, I would suggest looking at that. Hey, Pink Mimic. We're going down to the snow biome, right? Yeah. Oh, bottled honey. That's right. Bottled honey is a thing. You tried to watch the last stream, but eventually just came me reading crap. Yeah, I mean, it was either that or sit there, like, not doing anything for 3 hours. Got any plans for wall? No, but we're not at the wall yet. Well, I mean, the Wall of Flesh has 0 defense and only has 8,000 HP, so... Hey, what time of day is it? Oh wait, but there's no surface... Alright. What's the gain from fighting Skeletron? I mean, I have to fight Skeletron at some point, and also, just fighting bosses is fun. I just want to fight the bosses. I don't... You're asking about Skeletron. I'm killing Deerclops. I think I have to go a bit to the left. Like, we're not just doing the minimum completion percent. Oh wait, I need ice skates if I want to make Terra Spark boots. That's what I need from over here. Shiverthorn's nice to have too. Okay. I'm gonna put this honey away so we stop drinking it. And be sure that the challenge was too easy. Is the lawnmower the Plants vs. Zombies lawnmower? I don't know the Plants vs. Zombie lawnmower. I'm not gonna lie. I played Plants vs. Zombies like once. Oh, damn it. Might get to wave 16 of Frostmoon? No. Frostmoon sucks. Water walking. Boss Moon is good? No. Nah, that's annoying. Moser Ember? I don't know what that means. Please don't go down there. Fuck. I mean, I guess it's fine because they'll drop it. Look out. It's the Viking. Due to my avatar, you know about the existence of femboys, and you forget about the existence of femboys? My avatar? What about just me? No, please. I want your fur. Okay, thanks. I think that's enough flanks fur already. The artist is Matemi. M-A-T-E-M-I. If you're under the age of 18, probably wouldn't want to search their artwork. Dockscope is objectively superior because it's one of the only ranged weapons that doesn't cost ammo. Exactly, that's why the paintball gun is the best. By the way, the harpoon is also a ranged weapon. Which makes, like, no sense whatsoever. Why would the harpoon not be ranged? Because it's way more reminiscent of a melee weapon. It, like, functions exactly like the KO cannon. Or the flare-on. Like a launched flail. Or the anchor, yeah. Blizzard in a bottle. A Terrorblade would also be ranged? No, it wouldn't. Like, the functionality of the weapon is identical to the anchor. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, it shoots a projectile, and another thing to go, it functions like literally exactly the same as several weapons that exist and have been classified as melee consistently. It is a launched flail. It doesn't consume ammo. It also used to be melee, and then they reclassified it as ranged, I believe. Alright, I'm gonna look for, ice skates. I'll be out of here. I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that we'd want? strongest weapon is melee? Yeah, the jousting lance. How the fuck am I gonna get lenses to summon Deerclops? How's that gonna work? I gotta just hang around the false surface until I stumble upon some, I guess. Do I like eating pastry? I don't know how to answer that question. I guess? Like, any particular pastries? I mean, I'm sure some pastries I would like, and some pastries I wouldn't. Depends on the pastry. I mean, they'll bounce off the ground. I'm doing pretty well, Carol. God, where are the chests at? I don't need ice skates. And I'm not gonna get the... Wouldn't feel like I'd get them today to use anyway. If I don't get them by the end of the spelunker, I'll just move on to getting those lenses. We're gonna need to get lenses for the twins as well. Ultimately. Oh, there's a demon eye. Hold on. Actually, I can get menu. Come on. Come on. Okay, let's figure out how we do this. Problem is, demon eyes clip through walls if you try to trap them like that. I wonder if I could just... Okay, this'll work. Hey, Goose. So if we just hang around here, we'll find demon eyes. Hey, Patara. Why do we need demon eyes? Because we were trying to get the summoning item for Deerclops, and I need lenses for that. Thanks, Carol. Why do Lawnmower only? Because it won a poll. Oh, thanks, Sharktails. Why would I torture myself? This isn't torture. Oh, that's right. I could shimmer this suspicious looking eyes. That's right. That's a good point. Let's go do that. I could also shimmer archery potions. You saw the new video made about the dungeon? Yeah. We had to come up with that strategy the other day because we need to get the Cobalt Shield. Because the Lawnmower is like impossible to use while you're getting knocked back. Yeah, it's I would not be surprised if they patch that at some point. or reworked how Dungeon Guardian spawning works to make that not possible. I don't affiliate with any political parties, Carol. Okay, let me check the exact recipe. 'Cause I don't actually remember it. 3, 5, oh, it's only 1. Okay. That just seems unnecessarily negative. Limon. Seem to exude quite the aura of negativity. And then 5 Crimtane. Okay. And yeah, Deerclops, I don't think will be very difficult at all. He's very tankable. And he doesn't really move. So I think we'll be able to just stand on top of him, no issue whatsoever. Is that building a person? No, that's a turtle. Come on. That's very obviously a turtle. You guys need to go back to, like, elementary school and learn your animals. Which NPCs could I beat in a fight? I could kick the shit out of the angler. Kid's like 3 feet tall. You know, I'm noticing some similarities in your behavior, Carol, to somebody else that I had banned recently. So I would suggest you stop acting the way that you are right now. And the just constantly giving me compliments for unprompted. Yo, 6 gold. Okay. I don't even know if I'll need to... I mean, I'll bring the Iron Skin potions and whatnot. Okay. Bat statues. Honey bucket. The angler isn't even that bad. What, flip of the seed? This is the don't dig up seed. I did Shark Tales, yeah. And the Breaking Bad guy, too. With good reason. Not listening to what I was saying after timing them out repeatedly, and constantly bringing up and supporting somebody who was making me uncomfortable. The number of NPCs you have, I believe, influences the tax collector's maximum amount of money, and his happiness also affects his maximum amount of money. I think. The number of NPCs either influences his maximum amount or how quickly he gathers it. I forget which one. Okay, now we need to go over to the snow biome again. Let's walk over there. That's fine. Oh, hello. You trying to play T-Mod Loader and you were getting this weird audio glitch and the music would bug out? I remember that happening with some soundtracks in Calamity. I remember, Biogen, and I think a couple others would just randomly have audio drop out. I don't know why it happened. And I never really found a way to fix it. It just, I moved on from them. What do you think of Bass statue glitch? I don't think of it. I don't really have any opinions on it. I don't really care about it. I am aware that it's a thing that exists, but that's about the extent of it. I have pretty much zero interest in it otherwise. Could have gotten a lawnmower with it. I don't really care. One reason your game lags when you go into a mushroom biome underground. The transition between biomes can be laggy sometimes. Particularly mushroom biomes as you swap to it. It has a lot of visual effects and a filter applied to it. Which I think is a bit more resource intensive than other biomes. Okay, we need to actually fight Deerclops, which means we need to... You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and spawn him in the world, and then we'll go to him and work things from there. Oh, he's above us. That's convenient. Okay. Oh, Mr. Deerclops. Leave me alone, sir. Let's put our health back. Like sweets or any salty snacks? I have a really weak spot for candy. Salty, not as big a fan. But... Hey, oh, get back down. I'm trying to break these without him. Hold on. Okay, I think that'll get there. I need to put this bass statue down somewhere. There we go. Leave me alone. Cut it out. You just get up here. There we go. Get out of here, Ice Bat. Okay, we can hit him here. Alright, I'm gonna get my honey bucket down. Yo, Deerclops, you wanna, like, chill for a minute? Get up here. Get up here. Please, thank you. Come on. Alright, this works. Instead of Christmas getting hand warmers to negate frozen. Yeah. Such an epic fight. You can tell the rate that we're damaging him at is drastically higher. Do I like Metal Gear? The only Metal Gear game I've played is the original Metal Gear Solid. I haven't really played the other ones. Like, I mean, this is good damage. Right? I mean, this is what, 25, 30 DPS? Maybe even more. I can't tell how fast we're dealing damage exactly. This is good. This is good. Where's my mouse? That is. Have I played The Binding of Isaac? Yes, but not anytime recently, and I haven't played the most recent, I think, 2 DLCs for Rebirth. This is way better than B. This will only take, like, I don't know, 10 minutes. We just gotta give Deerclops a shave, because, he's been really depressed and hasn't been keeping up with maintenance on his body, and his hair has grown completely out of control, and we need to cut it for him. Now, Skeletron, interestingly, we won't be able to just face tank Skeletron. Because we can face tank Skeletron's hands, but I don't think we'll be able to tank Skeletron's skull, because I think it does like 100 damage. It's on Master Mode, by the way, if you didn't realize. Doesn't seem too happy about the shave. He has old food stored in his fur for winter, and that's fucking gross, but he doesn't recognize that. He just keeps snacking on the bits of Cheeto that he's got stuck, tangled up in his beard. We're a long way from fine. The boss fight of all time. Deerclops genuinely might be the fastest pre-hard mode boss fight. Queen Bee was like 3 hours. The Brain of Cthulhu was like an hour. Even like the Eye of Cthulhu was a really long fight, because we couldn't hit him consistently. But Deerclops, we can actually hit him. We do damage. This is peak Lawnmower. This is like the best DPS we're gonna get. What do you think about Epic Rap Battles of History? I used to love Epic Rap Battles of History when I was in like middle and high school. But that was years ago. Favorite battle? I don't know. I'm bad at picking favorites. Alright, we're almost down to 10k. Yeah, the 2 main factors... Ghostbusters vs. Mythbusters was really cool. I mean, honestly, I feel like the Hitler vs. Darth Vader battles were kind of mid. I mean... I feel like the Hitler funny joke wore off. And, like, they were cool, I guess. But, like, especially once you got to, like, the 3rd one, I was just kind of like, I don't really care. Like Walter White versus Rick Grimes more because you just finished watching Breaking Bad. Am I subscribed to N&A Productions? I don't know what that is. I have seen that one. Yeah, Pink Mimic. That one is really cool. The Oppenheimer effect was nice. I don't really watch people on YouTube that much, though. Exciter. I don't think I'm subscribed to anyone. I like XQC. I don't know who that is. Oh, is that the cow guy? The guy with, like, cow in his name? Dan Bowles raps? Steve Jobs versus Bill Gates? Yeah. Like I said, these are all good. I'm just bad at picking favorites. It's hard for me to identify one thing that stands out to me as my favorite. Oh yeah, we're blowing through this fight. This has been flying past. I close my eyes and he's already half dead. Michael Jackson versus Elvis Presley. It was alright. Well, that was one that I wasn't as big on. Was why defense is overpowered? Yeah, it turns out if you get 67 defense in pre-hard mode, things can't kill you. I mean, people are entitled to have their opinions, Exciter. This is on Master Mode right now. It's on Journey Mode, so I can adjust the difficulty as I'd like. But, it's set to Master right now. Fish Run will surely be hell. I don't know if we're gonna do Fish Run. We're gonna have to see how things work out. Tried to make it that your profile pic cleavage won't be visible at all. I can't see your profile pic really, Carol. It's just like, it's not big on my screen at all. I can barely make out most people's profile pics. Yeah, the only hard mode bosses that might not suck, Plantera will probably be fine. Can I use the Shield of Cthulhu? No, even if I could, I wouldn't. So how many times per second is the lawnmower hitting? Which fruit is the physically strongest? Oh, coconuts are fruit? I think coconuts are a fruit, right? Definitely coconuts. Most figures to go with demon horns. Okay. I think it's jackfruit. 4 times a second? No, it's a lot more than 4. It's hitting like 6 or 7 times a second, I'm pretty sure. Pineapples? Pineapples are nasty. I don't like pineapples. There are periods where he's not being hit. Yeah, it's because I'm being frozen. But if you look when I'm not frozen, he's getting hit, like, a lot of times in 1 second. You know, to crush a pineapple very easily? I can crush a lot of things very easily. You give me a watermelon, I could crush it with my thighs. Nah, it's not his hitbox. It's the fact that I'm getting frozen. Does the DPS meter work? It would, but I don't have one. Doubt? No, I could. I could crush a watermelon with my thighs. Would be a waste of a watermelon? You think I wouldn't eat it afterwards? Alright, 3,000. You need proof? What, you don't believe me? You think I'm a liar? Call me a liar, Marley? Do 10k special? You do 1 damage each hit to Moonlord. Oh, ugly bastard! You're assuming we're going to be hitting the Moonlord at the same rate that we're hitting Deerclops. That's not going to be happening. We are going to be hitting the Moonlord way less frequently than we hit Deerclops. That's a very weird message, Carol. Don't say things like that. Delete it. You're also being very reminiscent of a person that I just banned. If you say something like that again, I'm going to ban you. I will not warn you again. Yeah, I don't like the feeling that the fruit that I'm eating is trying to digest me. And I just don't like the flavor of pineapple. They put pineapple in so much shit, especially like alcoholic drinks. And I hate pineapple flavor. I'm not a huge fan of coconut either, but especially pineapple. It's really off-putting like in drinks when they get mixed together, because like any tropical drink is gonna have pineapple flavor in it. Okay, down to 500. Deerclops is basically dead. A lot of alcoholic drinks, particularly fruit-based ones, will have pineapple in it. No, pineapple would not beat coconut in a fight. Coconut would kick the shit out of pineapple in a fight. Alright, he's dead. Do I particularly enjoy fast food? No. Have I seen a jackfruit? I have not actually seen a jackfruit, no. I know what jackfruit is. It's like the fleshy one that's used in a lot of plant-based foods, right? Okay. Lucy. But yeah, for what we were talking about yesterday, if you see, like, how frequently Lucy hits, that's not very frequently for an axe. Like, it's not slow, but compared to endgame axes, it's significantly slower at cutting down trees. Chester. Ibrella. Nah, we need the glasses. The radio thing. Yeah, nah, I don't like that visual filter. Okay, I don't want Chester, but it's free money. Bone Helm, also free money. And Deerclops down. When is the next stream? I stream at noon EST pretty much every day. Okay, see you, Exciter. Okay, that means we're on to Skeletron now. You know, I'd really rather not fight Skeletron on the surface if we can avoid it. Yeah, I've noticed Shark Tails. Do I like tea or coffee? Not really. I can get rid of some of these extra boots and things. No, I don't want help. Homie's boots. Lowy boots. How do I plan on killing Moonlord with a lawnmower? I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Coffee when not in like a tiramisu tastes like crap. I just think coffee flavor is not very good. That and like I'm not a huge fan of caffeine. British may be biased, but tea slays. I'm not against tea, I just don't really drink tea. I usually just drink water. Depends on the coffee you consume. How did you get down here? That was a 1 block gap, you're a giant-ass face monster. What does it meow? That's the sound that Lucy makes in Don't Starve. Or like soda? That's fine. Not a huge soda fan. Like I said, I usually just drink water. So you don't really need that much space to fight Skeletron, ultimately. Have I played TOTK yet? Oh, that's the new Zelda game, right? No, I haven't played it. Don't really have any plans to play it, either. I beat the whole game with a copper short sword. I've killed the Moon Lord with a lot of different low damage weapons. I did it with a flare gun. I did it with a copper short sword. I did it with a wooden bow. I've done it with my beloved the Phoenix Blaster, bouncy dynamite, the Spore Sack. Okay, I might put background walls up here. Because we're still going to be on the surface, and those spawn rates over a prolonged fight. I don't have banners up. Fuck. Does Lawnmower inflict debuffs? Not to my knowledge. Actually, I haven't had the opportunity to test it at length. I'm sure we will soon, because we'll have the Witch Doctor available to us soon. But to my knowledge, it's classless damage that is not affected by any buffs or anything. This is probably fine for Skeletron, I feel like. I think if I just make the arena small, I shouldn't need to worry about placing walls. Is this not going to be an AFK fight? No, this is not going to be AFK. Really appreciate if these things left. I think I just hit timeout, but I will ban her soon. If she does that again. I don't think you guys understand the fact that she is not a new person, more than likely, and is just the person that I banned coming back with a different account. Saying on her insistence in acting the exact same way as the person that I banned, and repeatedly bringing up the people that I banned. Well, I think if we stay here, we shouldn't... God, fucking spawn rates, though. Nah, I'm gonna put walls up. There's too much stuff here. Well, I think it'll be fine without walls, actually. But I think a lot of these zombies just wandered in. I really should put him up, though. Let me put platforms down first. We did get a bricklayer. Or, cement mixer, rather. I don't know. Skeletron has less defense than Queen Bee, and, is easier to hit. So I don't think he's gonna take as long as Queen Bee did. Let me use stone walls. I mean, the head will be hard. We'll see. Replacing the dirt walls is going to take a lot longer than filling in these walls, though. Or am I background walling? To stop things from spawning. To fill in the block where that gaps are. Use a block and sticky TNT. I think this will still be faster. Why do I replace the dirt walls? Because these are naturally occurring background walls. And naturally occurring walls don't do anything to stop spawns. They need to be player placed. Am I allowing myself to use accessories to do damage? No, that would be an accessories only challenge, which I've already done. Let's clear out these zombies. You know, the Brain of Confusion has really good synergy with the Lawnmower. The fact that it turns them around, it's actually very helpful. These down. Can't wait to see a legendary lawnmower. If only we could reforge it. I still need to get rid of this demon eye. I think I can work with this arena. I mean, sure, it's a little sloped and that's a little awkward, but I think it'll be fine. Does the Destroyer Emblem boost lawnmower damage? I doubt it. I haven't tested with it, so I can't say. The odds of getting a Destroyer Emblem would be exceedingly low, though, because we would need to get an Eye of the Golem from Golem, which is, not gonna happen. Go find something else to do with your time, Carol. Not with that attitude with the Golem. I mean, it's just... I would much rather get, like, the stuff with, like, a Celestial Shell. A Sunstone would be a lot more desirable. Saying it also gives the same damage boost as a Destroyer Emblem. But I don't think either one would work for these purposes. So Skeletron's hand should do basically no damage to us, but they will inflict slowed. Skeletron himself will do damage to us. And we're just gonna have to deal with eating those hits, as we deal damage to him. I'll probably just leave once I'm done building this to despawn the enemies. Do I have those potions of return with me? I don't think I do. If I play the game normally, how long does playthrough take? Depends on the pace I'm playing at, whether I'm trying to play quickly or just going things at a normal pace. Probably like 10, 15 hours. If I'm trying to go quickly, it'd go a lot faster than that, but I think just the regular pace I would play at, probably somewhere in that ballpark. Okay. Nothing should be able to spawn here now. I tried to speedrun. I don't really like speedrunning Terraria. I don't think it's a fun game to speedrun, so I don't really do that. Campfire, Bath Statue, Heart Lantern. What's this off? Get some honey down. Just because it's a popular game, I think Centerpiece Race. Like, even if games aren't fun to speedrun, them being popular means there's a lot of people that want to see it speedrun. And therefore, there are a lot of people that want to speedrun it. Personally, I think Terraria is boring to speedrun. It's just, if you're doing a seeded world, it's basically just how fast can you build contraptions to cheese bosses. And if you're doing a non-seeded world, it's heavily RNG influenced. And then it's still the question of how fast can you build contraptions to cheese bosses. Okay, I think we're set. Probably swap to a Magiluminescence. Best speedrun game is Portal. Portal is a fun game to speedrun. Any Source game is great for speedrunning, in my opinion. I'm just gonna mine through here. Not gonna deal with the possibility of TF2 speedrun. Well, given that it's an entirely online game, you can't really do that. But I know people did, like, co-op speedruns of Left 4 Dead. Half-Life games are really popular to speedrun. I mean, there were like custom jump maps and things in TF2 that people effectively speedrun, right? Are all the potions I want? Yeah, you could speedrun achievements, that's true. Okay, that's about the damage we'd expect. Okay. A little tricky to hit the hands, but we can hit them. We just need to get them... Okay. We can deal damage to them. Slowly. The problem is they stick above us. I wonder if we can do this setup again. To hit the hands more I think we can. Okay. We can quickly... Would it be faster to just hit the head directly? No. I don't think it would. Because we should do, like, 8 times damage to the head. Because it should have 0 defense when spinning, I believe. After the hands are down. And even before the hands are down. It only has, like, 10 defense. Oh, sorry. Even when not spinning, it only has, like, 10 defense. And with a Shark Tooth Necklace, we'd be penetrating most of that. Who heads for arms when heading for Skeletron? I think on Expert and above, killing the arms is pretty much always a good idea. The issue is if you damage Skeletron proper without killing the arms on Skeletron, when he hits about 75% HP, he just starts shooting skulls. Which means you then have to deal with both arms and skulls at the same time, which is really awkward. We're getting through though. You can see the HP bars going down. What do you think is going to be the longest fight other than Moonlord? Golem is probably going to be very awkward. Because Golem's hitboxes are not on the ground. They are in the air. The Cultist is also going to be awkward. Destroyer is going to be awkward. Destroyer also has an ass load of HP. But like Golem Phase 1, his hitbox isn't on the ground. It's like his head. Duke Fishron? Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do all of the hard mode bosses. I'm going to do as many bosses as I feel like. That may not include all of them, depending on... I mean, Duke Fishron took like 26 hours with a copper short sword. The Strippy Truffle could potentially not be useless, depending on the setup we have, but the issue is we need to be touching blocks to use items. I'll have to see how mounts interact with things. But there's no point to fighting most bosses. We're mostly just fighting them because we can fight them. I mean, we're about 100 HP down on the hands. Which is about 5% of the way through the hands. You're in pre-hard mode now. Should you make the underground farm for hard mode, or should you wait to get the UFO mining machine? The UFO mining machine is at like the end of the game. By the time you have access to that, there's not really any point to farm anything, because that's post Moonlord. What is it that you're trying to farm? Like the money farm, or just like are you looking to farm like souls or Rod of Discord? What's the farm for? It's easier to mine in hard mode, like, in terms of mining speed, but there are also more dangerous enemies to deal with. So depending on what you want the farm for, it may or may not be worth digging it out in pre-hard mode. The optimal defense setup involves frost armor. I believe it is titanium helmet, frost chest piece, frost pants, if I remember what Bacon Fry told me correctly. So there's decent odds we would get an ice feather. Ban Scepter Mustache and don't bring them up. How will I hit the head? We'll figure it out. Demon or angel wings? I mean, I think... See... In all seriousness, it's entirely possible we will get fin wings as our first pair of wings, because killing a wyvern is going to be extremely difficult like this. And I will be doing fishing for early hard mode ores. Leave me alone. Leaf wings? Leaf wings are post-plant Terra. No, I think genuinely fin wings may be the play. Which I think would be the only time in the entire game I have ever voluntarily gotten fin wings and attempted to get them. 1.4.4 did the leaf wing change. You're assuming I have God mode on? No. I'm taking damage. If I had God mode on, I wouldn't be taking damage. Why would I do this with God mode? I kind of defeat the whole purpose. I do have 67 defense. That's about the highest you can get in pre-hard mode reasonably. I mean, a major well-fed buff would give us another point, and if we equipped, like, Obsidian Skull Shackle, things like that, we'd have slightly higher defense. But we're pretty much the maximum. Lawnmower should inflict the bleeding debuff. Lawnmower causes the Moonlord to get the bleeding debuff and he can't heal through his Moonleech clots. Why am I not taking knockback before Skeletron? Go watch the most recent video I uploaded on my channel about 2 hours ago. Whoops. Is it going to take forever? Yes. Not Skeletron though. Skeletron won't take that long. Couple hours. This is the only time in one of these low damage runs I've actually fought Skeletron entirely during the nighttime. Gladiator set bonus? I don't have a Gladiator set. I have an Obsidian Shield. Yeah, we looted the whole dungeon. I think yeah, Obsidian Shield is right there. You have to get demon wings? For what? Those poor confused zombies up there. How old is this character? Like, in-game time or days? We started this on Monday. It is currently Thursday. We've been doing about a boss a day, but that rate is going to slow down once we hit hard mode. In-game time? It's like 18 hours, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, doing all the other low damage runs, I had fought an enraged Skeletron because we didn't do it on Don't Dig Up. Like Copper Short Sword and Flare Gun. We killed Skeletron's hands at night, and then during the daytime, had fought him enraged. This is the only time we've actually done the whole fight, not enraged. Okay, we're getting there on the hands. Big? You're goddamn right I am. God, I miss Deerclops. Deerclops was like already dead by this point. Let's see, Rico. I don't want to see a TAS of this. The amount of time that would be required to put into a TAS of this would be obscene. I feel like. Who uses a rose from imps? The rose from imps is actually really good. One, it's used for the Terra Spark boots. Another thing is, in combination with Ashwood armor, it provides full lava immunity for an indefinite period of time. Unlike Obsidian Skin, which requires taking a potion repeatedly, and Lava Charm, which only lasts for 6 seconds. God, I wish Skeletron's hands didn't just hover above you. Does it also work on this seed? It should, yeah. Ashwood armor is more effective on this seed, percentage-wise, because it has to deal with the percentages adding up to over 100%. And Ashwood armor actually reduces more damage from lava as a percentage on this seed, because lava does 200 damage instead of like 60. It's my first hard mode boss. I don't know. Probably Destroyer. Lawnmower have to be on the ground to deal damage. I have to be on the ground to deal damage. There's just Flying Dutchman. I'm not gonna do pirates. I'm going to fish for hard mode ores specifically to prevent pirates from being able to spawn, because they will be an absolute nightmare. It's a mini boss. It has a health bar. It drops a trophy. Event boss, I suppose. According to the wiki, it's 7 seconds of immunity, not 6. Didn't I say 7 seconds for the lava charm? You're stuck and get fixed, boy. You got molten armor and nothing else good, really, and you die a lot. Okay, have you killed Skeletron? What are you trying to do, and what is killing you? Also, are you on Legendary mode, Master mode, or Expert mode? Are you stuck on Skeletron? Are you stuck on the Wall of Flesh? Are you stuck on the Brain or Eater, and you just got molten from the drops by coincidence? What is the problem in more specific terms? We may be able to get through the Wall of Flesh today. as the Wall of Flesh, by necessity, will not be a long fight. You're on Legendary, and you can't get to the dungeon, you keep dying to everything. Like everything on the surface? Are you, like, dying on your way to the dungeon? Have you killed Skeletron, you need to loot the dungeon, and you're dying inside of it? We can at least test Wall of Flesh. How to cheese Wall of Flesh and Night Edge. I wouldn't even consider the Knight's Edge to really be that cheesy after they nerfed it. It's just a good weapon. Last mode get fixed while you're stuck on the Wall of Flesh. Do you have Imp Banners? If not, get Imp Banners. Be careful because touching the top of the world will kill you, Jax. Yes, you're just kind of bad. What weapon are you using? The Rib Tickler. I would recommend Phoenix Blaster. The Knight's Edge is also good, but you have to stay a lot closer to the Wall of Flesh for it. I think in Get Fixed Boy, I would rather have Phoenix Blaster than like Hellwing, because the Wall of Flesh's smaller hitbox size, I feel like is a detriment to the Hellwing working effectively, because it's more difficult to hit multiple eyes because they have smaller hitboxes. I always recommend the Phoenix Blaster. It's a good weapon. When I did Hardcore for the Worthy and when I did Hardcore... How did this Demon Eye get in here? Tried multiple Beanades. Okay, well, Beanades suck. Don't use them. Knight's Edge is good. I think Hellwing is overrated for Get Fixed Boy. I would prefer Phoenix Blaster. Quad Barrel is also decent, but again, I feel like the smaller hitboxes is a bit more difficult. So, general tip. What is killing you in the fight? Let me ask that. Because when you're fighting the Wall of Flesh, you should not die until your arena runs out of space. I already killed Deerclops? Yeah. The Imps even with the banner. Okay, do you have a warding build? Or all of your accessories reforged to warding and you have like 60-something defense? Did I upload the full VOD of the max score Saint one? I don't think I did, no. I'll have to check. I might have and just kept it unlisted while they were processing. Actually, check that right now. Let's see. YouTube. Videos. Could be. I don't think I did. I'm not seeing any of them. I think I was uploading them at one point, but then it was just taking too long. And I didn't like the quality they were in as well, because the problem with Saint is the darkness of Blinded, in addition to the snow, made the recordings just look like absolute shit. Because the bitrate was awful, even when not streamed. And I remember really not liking that. Oh, this is on Master Mode right now, Q. as evidenced by Skeletron having 11,000 HP. Or 1,100. No, yeah, 11,000. And it sucks because Saints World is really nice looking, but God, the quality just did not look good. Blinded made it a lot worse because lighting really fucks with bitrate. And on top of all of the particles, you can even see it. Mini Choke and Star Cannon for Wall of Flesh. Okay. The Wall of Flesh reflects the Star Cannon, as does basically every major boss in For the Worthy and Get Fixed Boy. So the Star Cannon's out, and the Mini Choke also sucks for that stage of the game. So you wouldn't want to use it. What are we, like a third of the way through the hands? About a quarter of the way. We're getting there. How long did it take you to realize the dungeon being red is not normal? Yeah, that's the painted... It's pink dungeon brick, but it's painted red. It's because we're in a Crimson world in Don't Dig Up, and the dungeon is painted to match the world evil. I think the temple is too. It'll be interesting to see what mod catches my eye next. Speaking of mods, I had actually tried... I had heard really, really good things. If you guys aren't familiar with XCOM, this is going to be completely meaningless. But I've been really into playing XCOM recently. And I had heard really good things about the Long War mods. Long War and Long War 2 for XCOM 2. And I downloaded Long War of the Chosen for XCOM 2. And it was just, like, unbelievably laggy. Like, the performance was unplayable. And it was disappointing because I really wanted to play it, but... like, I could not even scan in the Hollow Globe. It was so laggy. Is Mini Shark and Star Cannon good for Wall of Flesh? If you are not in For the Worthy or Get Fixed Boy, the Star Cannon is great for Wall of Flesh. If you are on Get Fixed Boy, which I think you said you were, it's awful because it does nothing. The Star Cannon is reflected. And the Mini Shark is bad for the Wall of Flesh. It is not good for that point in the game. I had looked up whether or not anyone else had the issues, Team NWG, and I didn't see anything. It might just be a memory issue, given the amount of mods that I'm running. I'll have to look more into it. Because I do have a lot of character creation mods, which might be taking up resources. Or I might have to look into just lowering settings a lot. Because the mod looks really cool. And I've heard, like, fantastic things about it. Skyrim out of mods? Not quite, no. But it's a lot. Imp banners from hanging on top of the ceiling and not in range of your characters. Yeah, that'd do it. I've been looking up... I remember seeing this. There was a Reddit post. I'd been looking up performance issues. And I saw a Reddit post about how Long War of the... the XCOM Long War mods were some of the best mods out of any game ever. Like, in a top 10 list, it would be on the top 10 of any game ever best mods. And then somebody else in the comment section, you know what else said, you know what else is on that mod? On that list? Calamity mod for Terraria. And I'm like, nah. 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 I don't think Calamity mod goes in top 10 mods of any game ever. Who would win, Deerclops or Wall of Flesh? It's a great time to read HP Lovecraft. I can't take my eyes off the game for that long. Because I'm not AFKing this boss fight, unlike with Queen Bee. I have to actually actively dodge Skeletron because he does enough damage. Does the Wall of Flesh's tongue work on Deerclops? Yeah, the balance of Calamity is all over the place, and it adds a lot of content, but content, just because it adds content doesn't make it good content. And some of the content is really good, but a lot of it's not. And I've heard it's been cutting down a lot on bloat and rebalancing thing, which is good, because those are my main gripes with the mod. And if it cuts down a lot of that, I think it could be a really fantastic mod. But, oh, it does also fuck with the theme of the game a lot. It feels like a very different experience than the base game, if that's what you mean. No, he was talking about, me, Pink Mimic, because I was reading H.P. Lovecraft yesterday while we were fighting. Didn't I mention once that size matters? Well, that's because I have a large... because I'm tall. I have a large body. And therefore, okay, we're getting there on the hands. Fight's going by a lot faster than I thought, as far as the hands go. Could have been a lot worse trying to deal with these things. 3 damage a hit is solid. Something can be small and good? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think Calamity is bad. Like, I don't hate Calamity or anything. But I think it's a bit hyperbolous to say that it's one of the best mods of any game ever. Given the... lack of quality filtering, I feel like. The music is really good, yeah. But then the Calamity community, like, completely shit on their music composer. And drove him away from it. So... that did happen. I think Calamity community was, like, harassing DM Dokuro. Wait, right? Because he was, like, working on other things or something. I don't remember what the context was for why it was happening. I just know that it happened. My favorite Calamity music track are, like, the only 2 Calamity music tracks I really remember are, the main menu theme, was it Tale of a Cruel World or whatever? Because I kept that playing in the music box, like, my entire playthrough at spawn, and, Aquatic Scourge's theme, which is a remix of Desert Scourge's theme. Sandgun sucks? It's actually not that bad. Like, it's not good, don't get me wrong. But it is, as far as joke weapons go, miles above things like paper airplanes or the flare gun or the lawnmower. Like, it's a usable weapon. It's not... it has decent base damage. It does, like, 20-something a hit, I believe. And it also is piercing. Yeah, Skeletron's one of the bosses we actually fight actively with the Lawnmower, though. It's going to be interesting seeing which bosses we just AFK and which ones we actively fight. I think the Boomstick is overrated, personally. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. But people act like it's... God tier incredible best weapon in pre-hard mode. And, like, it's good, but... not really the biggest fan of it. Shotgun from Arms Dealer in hard mode. Shotgun's solid. Musket's more reliable. I think Boomstick wins in DPS pretty handily against the musket, assuming all the shots hit. But the problem is, it's rather difficult to get all of the shots to hit if you're not at a close to medium range. Whereas musket has very good sniping potential. Hands are about halfway done. What are we doing on buffs? Best weapon is a Fallen Star. Rip Explosive Bunny Box. Yeah, bees and bunnies were nerfed. It must be really uncomfortable to have your bones grinded down with, the blade of a lawnmower. Not that I have any experience with that, of course. Yeah, if you're outside of close to medium range, the boomstick is really underwhelming. The main thing that I dislike about the boomstick is when it just decides to whiff every shot that you shoot because of the spread. It happens more commonly against regular enemies. Beanades plus 2 Sharptooth Necklaces plus Hive Pack kind of broken. Not really. It's decent, but you're also devoting 3 accessories, and you have to grind for a lot of Queen Bee kills to get enough Beanades to have a substantial amount. I don't think that's really broken. And even then, it's still not, like, exceptional damage. You can achieve comparable amounts, or better amounts, with other weapons. And those don't involve farming Queen Bee, like, a dozen times. I've noticed a general trend with the Terraria community where people don't update their understanding of things after things get nerfed or when better things are added. You'll see this a lot with people that are very devoted to the Daedalus Stormbow, despite the fact that it's been nerfed, particularly the Holy Arrow combo, to the point of just being decent and no longer being really good. Where did that Demonized spawn? How did he... Is it... this hole here? This down here? And similarly, people are really attached to Beanades, even though they've been nerfed, and other weapons have been buffed to the point that Beanades are not, like, crazy powerful. I would say, even among ranger weapons, Phoenix Blaster, Quad Barrel Shotgun, Hellwing Bow are better. And, of course, Star Cannon. And among other classes' weapons, Knight's Edge. Molotovs did get buffed again, but they also got nerfed into oblivion. In the first place. But now they no longer require the, ink gel to craft, which makes them actually usable weapons as opposed to completely unusable. Which they were between 1.3 and 1.4.4. You don't think Knight's Edge is that good for Wall of Flesh anymore? No, Knight's Edge is still incredible for Wall of Flesh. It's not busted OP, but it's still really strong. It did get nerfed, particularly in its piercing properties, which made it worse, but it's still really good for the Wall of Flesh. Well, when did you do your Get Fixed Boy, Deep Tower? Was this after or before the Knight's Edge nerf? Yeah, Stormbow. Stormbow's the big one. Stormbow and Beanades, I feel like, are the big ones. Other weapons that have been nerfed to the point of just being decent, and no longer really good. I can't think of any off the top of my head that people are really attached to. Obsidian armor? Obsidian armor's still good. Was Mini Shark nerfed? I don't think Mini Shark has really, like, ever been modified in a long time. It's always just been kind of meh. Vampire knives? They're still really good. I mean, they're not, like, as busted OP as they used to be, but that was a long time ago. They used to be busted. Yo-yos? I don't think yo-yos were ever really good. Yeah, pre-patch vamp knives were absurd. I think the mace from Plantera, the flower power? I've used it before. It's alright. The problem is it has to compete with the Terra Blade. And, like, the Psycho Knife and all the other really good post-Plantera weapons. And the fact that Plantera is not a very easy boss to farm and is not a consistent drop makes it not something that people are typically going to use. It's the same reason that, like, as much as I love the Venus Magnum, I barely ever use it because I'm not going to fight Plantera multiple times to try to get one to drop. I'm just going to use a different weapon. Psycho Knife is good. Psycho Knife has insane DPS. If you're standing still in stealth mode. Flare-on was the best weapon in the game. Tsunami? Razorblade Typhoon? Was the Flare-on ever the best? I feel like it was just Duke Fishron's drops. I think it would be too powerful at a pre-Plantera phase TMNWG. Yeah, Razorblade, I think it's been nerfed and reworked a couple times. But yeah, it used to be even better than it is now. I feel like Razorblade would have had the title of best weapon in 1.2.4. It was nerfed over time, yeah. The North Pole with the debuff build? That's more like a PvP thing, though, right? Not against enemies. Can you craft, or do you need lava charm from gold chest? Are you asking me if I need it, or are you asking if you can do it? The lava charm can be obtained by shimmering a magma stone. Otherwise, you would need to get it from a gold chest. Or, yeah, those are your only options. On 2015, specifically on the phone, it had homing bubble that did 2x damage and shot 10 to 13. Okay, I didn't play mobile, so I'm not familiar with that. Oh yeah, you could do lava fishing too. That's right. I didn't play mobile. I'm only familiar with BC. Get back. Welcome back, neighbor. But yeah, the Psycho Knife is basically a better version of the Fetid Bagnax, and the Fetid Bagnax are very good. It's not, like, insanely OP or anything, but it is a really good weapon, if properly utilized. I tried Distant Admiration plus BFFs in Isaac Rebirth. TM and WG, I haven't played Rebirth in 5 years? 6 years? I don't really even remember what those items are. Slow hitting big damage or fast hitting small damage? Depends on the defense of the enemy. Slow hitting big damage is better against high defense enemies, whereas fast hitting small damage is very bad against high defense enemies. In general, I like slow hitting weapons though. When I did Calamity mod, I pretty much stuck to the sniper class weapons for the whole game. Distant Admiration orbits around you and deals 75 DPS, and BFFs is a passive that doubles its damage. Okay. I mean, I don't remember if I've used it or not. I've played probably like 700 or 800 hours between the two Isaac games. Sound vaguely familiar, but... Can anything increase the damage of the Lawnmower? I don't know. We haven't found anything that does. If there's something that does, it's something that we haven't tried. I don't know if anything does because we haven't experimented with everything. But of the things we have tried, which admittedly, there are not very many of them, only the Sharktooth Necklace has affected Lawnmower's damage. Also, the Eye of Cthulhu's weird take more damage as it gets almost dead thing. And the Sharktooth Necklace really isn't even increasing the Lawnmower's damage, it's just giving it armor penetration, and its damage is getting decreased less. Alright, we're almost done with the hands. Looks like 2/3 of the way there. Do I have a sharpening station? No. I didn't find one in the jungle. And, we can try one out when we get to hard mode, and the merchant sells it. It won't really matter before then. But I also don't think the Lawnmower is a melee weapon. I think the Lawnmower is most directly comparable to the flare gun. They are both classless damage, and are not affected by things that affect ranged and melee weapons. The flare gun is classless damage, it's not regular damage. Oh, sorry, it is not range damage, as some people think it is. And as a result, it will not be affected by things like frost armor. And similarly, I suspect the Lawnmower also functions the same way. And as a result, would not be affected by frost armor, the fire gauntlet, the sharpening station, flasks, anything like that. I also believe the flare gun's damage can't be increased. And I believe the Lawnmower's damage also can't be increased. I remember stacking a lot of damage buffs on the flare gun at one point in an attempt to increase its damage to 3, and it did not work. And its damage did not get increased. And I suspect the Lawnmower would function similarly. But again, I can't test it at the moment, and I would have to try again later. Use the sharpening station with universal? No, it's only when you're holding out a melee weapon. You can get the sharpening station armor penetration for other weapons, notably magic weapons that summon things down, and summoning weapons. If you swap to a melee weapon, because the game checks whether or not you are holding a melee weapon, and determines whether or not to apply the armor penetration based on that. So if you have minions out, or if you summon down, like, a Clinger Staff or a Nimbus Rod, and then you swap to a melee weapon, those will have the armor penetration, because the check is just whether or not you're holding out a melee weapon as the damage happens, not whether or not the damage type is melee. But of course, when we're using the Lawnmower, we can't switch to a different weapon, so we wouldn't be able to utilize that. I can't reforge it? No. It's not a weapon. It doesn't have stats. It doesn't even, like, say it does damage. It can't crit as well, which is a hallmark of classless damage, and summon damage, and this obviously is not summon damage. The flare gun also cannot crit. Dynamite can't crit. Classless things can't crit. You can't reforge the flare gun either, no. Would I consider using Ichor items, for example, Golden Shower, cheating? Yes. With, like, the Copper Shortsword, I used an Ichor Flask, because I can apply that with the Copper Shortsword itself, and it's also not an auxiliary damage source, it just provides defense penetration. But using an entirely different weapon to apply Ichor would be off limits, especially seeing as it deals damage on its own. It would probably grossly out DPS the Lawnmower against most late game enemies. Yeah, I know they used to be used for, Huts and whatnot. A lot of people seem to think that these challenges are operating with some sort of gimmick to make them easier, Sharktails. That is, it appears to be Lawnmower only, but then I use, like, a minion, and I just sit there and the minion kills things, and I try to attack with the Lawnmower, but the minion's doing the heavy lifting, or I use debuffs that would deal damage rapidly, and therefore not be dealing 1 damage a hit for hours on end. And that's not the case. What if I do off-camera boss fighting? The only time in any of these runs I have ever done off-camera boss fighting was Flare Gun only Lunatic Cultist years ago on Twitch, and that was because the Lunatic Cultist was absolutely abysmal and miserable to fight, and I was just not having a fun time doing it on stream because it was really difficult for me to pay attention. Okay. His hands are almost done. A Zenith happens to appear in my inventory due to a glitch. I would throw it away. 6 mana and 13 and 19 damage, pretty good. It's decent. The problem is the amount of defense that hard mode enemies have makes rapidly hitting low damage weapons not very effective against a lot of them. Unless backed up with, like, an Ichor debuff and things. But it's decent damage. Especially given how easy it is to get. It's a good early hard mode choice for Mage, I suppose. Although by the time you get to the mech bosses, you'd want to upgrade to something else like a Sky Fracture or Crystal Storm. Or that Crystal Serpent thing. Mega Shark's kind of bad now? No, I think Mega Shark's fine. I don't think Mega Shark's been nerfed or anything. Mega Shark's good. I mean, it's not, like, absurdly overpowered, but it's a balanced weapon. It's a reasonable choice if you kill Destroyer to use on the other mech bosses. It does fine damage. It's easy to hit with. Hey, Clonker Bunker. Oh, before we go into hard mode, we're going to want to... I'm going to have to do preparation off-stream for hard mode. Because we're going to have to make an arena in the underworld to fight the Wall of Flesh in. And then on top of that, I'm also going to have to cover the entire surface with lava. Like, because this is a Crimson world, we can't have the Don't Dig Up surface be open with enemies available to spawn on it, because it'll just be impossible to get anywhere. We gotta do essentially what I did during my hardcore run, which is cover the top of the world so that falling stars can't fall, and then make a bottom part covered with lava so things can't spawn on it, because ichor stickers are such a nightmare to deal with. How am I going to beat Moonlord? We're nowhere near the Moonlord. We're still on Skeletron. Ichor stickers, Marley. Ichor stickers are incredibly miserable, and they would make traversing the surface almost impossible. Especially if we wanted to fight anything on the surface, as we'll have to do for, like, the Lunatic Cultist. And, yes, Don't Dig Up has the underground spawns on the surface. Ichor stickers, there's no cover anywhere. Ichor stickers have really good aim, and also the incredibly high spawn rates means there are huge numbers of Ichor stickers. It is a nightmare on Crimson Worlds in Don't Dig Up, or in Crimson Half in Get Fixed Boy. The Onyx Blaster is an upgraded shotgun, yeah. The shotgun is good, though. Getting into hard mode, if you don't have a good way to kill wyverns, I would recommend getting the shotgun and making exploding bullets. And using that, you can kill wyverns fairly easily, and that's a good way to get souls for wings. And it's also decent enough with regular bullets that you can kill the things required to get an Onyx Blaster, and that's a pretty easy path to get a solid weapon. It'll take a long time. I got time. I'm not in any rush. There are a lot of bosses between now and the Moonlord, though. Never gotten the Onyx Blaster because getting the material is awful? Oh, the Phoenix Blaster is great, don't get me wrong. I use the Phoenix Blaster all the time for wyverns. It is an incredible wyvern killing weapon with exploding bullets. But if you had a Phoenix Blaster, you would have a good weapon for early hard mode. You wouldn't need to get a shotgun. The Phoenix Blaster holds its own in early hard mode. It's better than a lot of early hard mode weapons. It is perfectly fine to just use that, even for, like, the mech bosses. Never used Phoenix Blaster. I did the Phoenix Blaster only run on Master Mode a couple weeks ago. Pretty good example of what the Phoenix Blaster is capable of there. Okay, see you, the medic. What part of the Onyx Blaster is awful? The Dark Shards. They're a little bit tricky to get, but if you know how mummies spawn, you can engineer situations where you can spawn them pretty easily. You just need a top layer of Crimsand. You don't need to have a whole Crimson Desert to get them to spawn. Because it's only the top layer that determines what things spawn. And then Battle Candle, or Battle Potion Water Candle, you know, some bad RNG will screw you over, but it's not an obscenely rare drop, and you only need 2 of them. And then you need Souls of Night, and I mean, those aren't difficult to get. Confuse it with something else. Yeah, or you could just get regular sand, get, vile mushrooms, make vile powder, and then just use vile powder on a thin strip of regular sand if you don't have Ebon Sand. Just to make Ebon Sand, and then they'll spawn on that. And if you do it in midair, or in somewhere else where other enemies can't spawn, you don't have to worry about slimes or other things. You'll just get the enemies that can spawn in a Crimson Desert, and they'll all be in the location you want. You can also, if you feel ambitious, the ghouls in the underground desert, I'm gonna tank phase 2 damage. Skeletron? I don't know. Take damage. We have plenty of regen. It's not an issue. Am I gonna hit it? Don't listen to Septum Mustache. I'm going to get hit. I'm just not going to care about it. How am I not going to care about it? I don't know. I'm just not going to care. Do I know any place that has extensive spawning conditions for every enemy? I don't know. Oh, but I was saying the ghouls in the underground desert. Those also drop dark shards, and they also drop ichor and cursed flames. I think I remember Dino Chest telling me at one point how he had a foam design that would foam them to get dark shards and the materials like ichor and cursed flames. Dealing damage to that left hand a lot faster than the right one. I think because we're typically walking to the right. Blood Moon boost spawn chances a lot. Yeah, Blood Moons are a good way to get dark shards. Am I going to do optional bosses like Duke and Empress? It depends how I'm feeling. When I did like Copper Shortsword, I think I didn't do Queen Slime because Queen Slime kept despawning when I tried to fight her. But I think I did every boss other than Queen Slime with Copper Shortsword. I see a Clonker. And it's largely going to depend on what I feel like doing. When I did the Flare Gun, though, I was not feeling like doing a bunch of optional bosses, and I don't think I did the Empress of Light. I mean, I did the Empress of Light with the Flare Gun separately, but I didn't do Duke Fishron. I think I did do all the pre-hard mode bosses, though. 19, 15. People get ahead of themselves a lot, Sharptails. I wanted to fight Queen Slime, she didn't want to fight me. Yeah. And it's annoying spending an extended period of time fighting a boss only for them to despawn. Which is why I just stopped trying to fight her. I think, at least. It was a while ago. I remember trying, and then she just despawned, and I called that a win. Didn't I say she? Okay, 200 HP on the hands. And then we can go to start dealing full damage to Skeletron himself. Are you correcting yourself? Okay. How does Skeletron not get enraged yet? This is the don't dig up seed. There are no timers for boss fights. If you want to go fight me, watch me fight enraged Skeletron with a low damage weapon, I would point you to when I fought him with a flare gun, or when I fought him with a copper shortsword. Both times I fought him enraged after daytime came. I am not doing that here. You're not paying attention, did I die earlier? No, the only boss fight we died during was the Queen of Cthulhu. With any luck, that'll be the only boss fight we died to the whole game. Connection is hell tonight? Well, I mean, you're not missing very much. It's the same thing we were doing an hour ago. Except the green bows underneath his hands have changed to red instead. How much damage do Skeletron's skull projectiles do on Master Mode? Can anyone look that up real quick? I'm kind of curious. My guess would be like 70. I'm not sure. Okay, 123 on that one. 192 on that one. I think 105, but either you can't read it or it doesn't say on the wiki. If you click on the Master Mode tab, I think it should say. Let me just check myself. I think I have the tab open. That's Wall of Flesh. I can just boss. Skeletron. 105 is the head's contact damage, yeah. It doesn't actually specifically specify the skull damage, yeah. Huh, that's interesting. I guess we'll see when the time comes. We should be able to deduce it fairly easily based on the amount of defense that we have. I feel like it's somewhere between the hand and skull contact damage, but I'm not positive. Well, it might also just be the skull damage, and then, I'm mixing it up with, like, For the Worthy, where it has the extra contact damage buff, or something like that. I did get the Joja-Cola pet? What do you mean? That's a turtle. Yeah, it's the turtle. Yeah, hands are on double digits each. They're almost down. They're on about the same amount of HP now. Amazing DPS is Zenith stands getting jealous, yeah. Okay, hands are almost down. 21-33. Oh, they're going to take a lot more than one stream, Clowen. I mean, if you were there for Capo Short Sword only, the late hard mode bosses took... Okay, this hand is... One hit on that hand is all we need. I would like to hold off on killing that one until this one is a little more damaged, though, if I could. Because it would be ideal. Kill them. Oh, whatever, that one's dead. Okay, 12 HP on it. Do about 100 damage. They probably just have the same damage as non-spinning Skeletron then. Come on. Okay. Get rid of these now. Okay. Look at that, 8 damage. Now we can check it. God, insane damage. You know, I beat Duke Fisher on paper with only airplanes, but we'll only do that for Moonlord. I am not going to kill the Moonlord with paper airplanes. I will kill the Moonlord with a Lawnmower. Holy shit, this is like 30 DPS. Yeah, it looks like the same damage as non-spinning Skeletron. We gotta take a sec to regen, though. With Skeletron, it's better to make small movements rather than large movements. He tries to hover above you, so if we just sit in a situation like this, he's not going to try to attack us until he starts spinning, which would be about now. Oh, okay. Timing was a little bit off. I was thinking it had stopped spinning later than he did. Okay. But his defense goes up when he's not spinning, so we don't want to do that for too long. Yeah, you can look at the amount of damage we've dealt to him already. This is going way faster than, like, Queen Bee was. All we have to do is just take some hits. And then when he's spinning, or not spinning, we just wait up here. And then he starts spinning, and then we rinse and repeat. Looks like we do about maybe 80 damage per spin cycle. Good old washing machine Tron. I want to change. We don't actually need the shark tooth necklace. Although I suppose I don't really have anything better to swap it for. I forgot to do Dungeon Guardian stop the fight. I killed Dungeon Guardian with a cop with short sword once. Took like an hour. Alright, this is like insane DPS as far as I'm concerned. How do I plan to beat the Moonlord? I don't have a plan yet. I'll figure out the plan when we get there. I think Golem is going to get shredded still. He has pretty decent defense, and the main thing that I'm concerned about, Miriam, is the fact that Golem's hitbox in phase 1 is not on the ground. It's actually a little bit above the ground. We're gonna have to regenerate some HP. So we'd have to engineer a situation. We can't just stand right up against him. We'll have to elevate ourselves a bit without him also jumping up to where we are. We need to get height on him. Kind of like Deerclops. Okay. I'll start hitting him on this spin cycle. I got 700 damage in for this part of the fight. Pretty good pace. What? 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 The old man respawned, and that caused Skeletron to despawn because 24 enough time had passed. What? No, it's because the old man respawned. I'm pretty sure. I think at least. I mean, we can still pause time. Like, I can just pause time to fight him. We don't have to have time playing normally. But the idea of doing this was that by not pausing time, we wouldn't have to worry about that. He respawned way earlier? Why the hell did he just nope out of there? Might want to lava the floor where he spawns just in case. I mean, we gotta just do it again. He spawned way earlier, it's not him. What the hell would have done it then? I mean, it's not like an NPC spawn limit or anything like that. Because, there's not nearly enough NPCs nearby. He wouldn't have despawned due to that. Why would he leave? Okay, I'm gonna pause time in case it's related to time progressing. Shit, I gotta get more monster lasagna though. Because I think we're running low on that. I don't think I'll have enough for the fight. Let me up these spawn rates. Back to the meat grinder. Skeletron don't want any more humiliation. Too bad. You should just let me kill him then. That's the only time I've ever seen a boss despawn like that while in the middle of fighting them. Maybe there is an actual time limit for bosses in this seed? Skip Skeletron to post Golem. It won't really do anything. I mean, our defense would be better. It'd be easier to tank. But, now, the platform hoik doesn't really work on the spiders, and some of the chimeras still get stuck on it. How long were we fighting Skeletron for? I noticed that, Clawin. Yeah, it was like he teleported somewhere else. He didn't just instantaneously despawn. How long were we fighting him for? Was it like an exact, like, 3 days of in-game time or something? About an hour? Does anyone have an exact time? Because if it was... Did we kill Skeletron? No, Skeletron despawned. If it was like exactly 3 in-game days or something, then I could see it being like an innate time limit on the seed. In any case, I think pausing time would probably alleviate the issue regardless. So I guess we'll just do that. I don't... 1 hour, 17 minutes. That's slightly over 3 days of in-game time, but I also paused briefly. Because there were a couple times that I paused to Alt-Tab to look something up, so that might have been exactly 3 days of in-game time. Because that would be 72 minutes. Did the bosses have a hard cap on the time they can be around? No. Not in the base game. But I don't know if this seed changes that. That does seem like right around 72 minutes, which, like I said, is 3 in-game days. So, the just having a time limit does seem to have some validity. Which is incredibly dumb. I don't know why you would do that. We're in 5 minutes of not in-game time. You have any other ideas on what happened? I paused time for that bind. I didn't pause time here. I can test it with time sped up. That's true, I could, yeah. Let's do that. Get spawn rates back down. Give me my money. And make the monster lasagna. Nice base, thank you. Should be enough. Okay, let's go test. That hurt your ears, get better ones. Remember what happened to Batrick? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Why did you only learn about the existence of monster lasagna just now? It's stupidly easy to get. It's a medium well-fed, not a major well-fed. And I mean, compared to like pumpkin pie or something. If we had a dryad, we'd just be getting pumpkin pie. Okay. Let's just play it, 24x speed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Okay, maybe not 24x. Okay, pause the game. I want to revert. Holy shit, game. There we go. Okay. How fast can we speed up time? $10x? 12? 11. Okay. 11 seems... It was a little bit choppy, but... Okay. Let's see if he just despawns after... Let's see, if we're working at 11x speed... What would that be? Each minute would be a little over 2 minutes. So it'd be about like 7 minutes. 6.5? Yeah. Okay, let's see if he just leaves. Yeah, that was the game. It grinded to a halt at 24x speed for some reason. Turn the lighting type to retro. I don't care that much. Do I plan on dodging or tanking? I plan on not having him despawn like a little bitch. We already fought Skeletron for like an hour and then he just left. No, he didn't die. He just left. Where is your other hand? No, I don't think his hand despawned. His hands just fuck off to the middle of nowhere sometimes. If his hand despawned, he'd be shooting skulls. His hand still exists. Yeah, there it is. For some reason, sometimes Skeletron's hand just flies off for a while. By the time this monster lasagna buff wears off, it should have been about the same amount of time in-game that passed, so we'll know whether or not it's related to that. Can't I build something to tank his hits? I mean, I'm sure I could, but why would I? Why is there so much lag? I think it's because I'm simultaneously recording in OBS. And both of those together put a lot more strain on my computer. I've noticed it only happens when I record and try to up the speed of the game. But I don't know why it does it that much. If it's not time-based, I have no idea. Well, what do you think it would be then, Clowen, if it's not time-based? Why would he have left? Where would he go? Why did he go? He wasn't on the map. I opened the map. He didn't teleport anywhere. His HP bar was still around, though. It wasn't based on the NPC spawn limit. There were not that many NPCs nearby. That YouTube, what hobbies do I have? Reptiles. Boss dressing. Cooking. I don't know. Oh, that is true. Yeah, I didn't pause time in Flare Gun or Copper Short Sword only. That's right. I fought him enraged. Maybe enraged Skeletron is different. Or maybe it's something specific to this seed, because this seed doesn't have the normal time limits. We're about 4 minutes in, yeah? And then that raises the question. It can't be, like, every boss can't have that time limit, if it is a time limit. Because Queen Bee, we fought for 3 hours. She didn't leave. So it's not like bosses just have a time limit. No, it couldn't be that the devs didn't expect someone to fight this long, because they wouldn't put a time limit in if they didn't expect people to fight for that long. Yeah, no, it's not based on the old man. The old man's back right now. Actually, what happens if I... Huh. You can just do that, huh? Hey. Yeah. Oh, he's gone? Okay. His respawning is interesting. I wonder if it's time-based, and it just turned to, like, nighttime or something. It's hard to tell with the, sky. Respawning like a Roblox character. We gotta be nearing the, 3-day mark now. Kinda disappointing how it doesn't summon another one. I was hoping it would, yeah. I want to pick the path where Skeletron doesn't despawn. This arena looks like Pick-a-Path. How does this look like Pick-a-Path, Marley? Oh, he's back. Get over here. We get to pop the old man again. Get back here. I love how it makes the noise. We gotta be hitting about the 3-day mark now. If he was gonna despawn, I'd expect him to do it soon. Yeah, the old man just makes that noise when he dies. It's not Skeletron. He's actually inside right now piloting Skeletron like a mech. Whenever he makes that roaring noise, that's not Skeletron. That's the old man inside of him making that noise. It's not despawning. Have we hit the time? I think we have, because it's been 7 minutes since I ate the monster lasagna. Why the hell did he despawn then? I mean, I guess I will pause time and just resume the fight here. And hope he doesn't despawn again? I don't know what else I can really do. Yeah, it can't be because of the amount of time in the day that passed. Why the hell did he leave then? What the fuck? What scenarios can cause bosses to despawn in Terraria? Or just any enemy to despawn? Maybe if we think about it like that, we might be able to figure it out. If they get to be a certain distance from you for 15 seconds, or maybe it's like 12 seconds, I forget exactly. Bosses despawn. Which is ultimately what caused Skeletron to despawn. He did not instantaneously despawn. He disappeared, and then he was off screen for long enough that he despawned. That is ultimately what happened. It was less that he instantaneously disappeared from the world, and more that he instantaneously teleported away from me. And that caused him to despawn after he was off screen for long enough. I know he wasn't on the map, but he was still in the world because his health bar was still there. So he didn't just despawn out of nowhere. Something, like, removed him from existence, but the game still treated him as if he were there. So why could that have happened? Sometimes they go outside the map. I could understand that if I was near the outside of the map, but I'm nowhere near the outside of the map. Maybe, hold on, let's rewind the stream to when that happened, and maybe, hold on. Maybe we'll, be able to see, maybe I just missed it on the map when I zoomed out. It was right about here. Yeah. This is what happened. He just disappeared. He was dealing damage to me. And he just blinks out of existence. But his health bar is still there. I noticed the old man. If he's way outside the map, he is way outside the map. He was just there and then he wasn't. I have no idea why that happened. If anyone can figure that out, I would love to know. And not like a theory as to why it happened, like an actual, some people on Steam forum talked about how the brain started teleporting and it disappeared. Is it possible they left the Crimson? Because the brain will, like, nope out of the Crimson if you leave it. Skeletron's dedicated despawn point once the next day starts, even if there's no actual day-night cycle? No, he doesn't. What? We went through, like, 3 days. And we've also fought Skeletron the next night? No, he doesn't. We fought Skeletron for multiple days in the past with a flare gun and a copper short sword. Both of those times. We fought Skeletron for probably like 4 or 5 in-game days straight, which is longer than he was in the game here. It certainly can't be anything like that. Unless it's added in this seed, but then we tested that, DJ. Because we set time to 11x speed, which is the fastest we could get it without the game getting laggy, and then waited for the same amount of in-game time to pass, and he did not despawn. So it can't be related to how long he was in the game. And he also didn't despawn, he like blinked out of existence, and then despawned 12 seconds later. Whereas when a boss like normally despawns, their health bar goes with them, it doesn't stay until the amount of time passes. So I'm just fighting him again? I mean, yeah, what else am I gonna do? Yeah, the Eye of Cthulhu taking more damage randomly, Skeletron just blinking out of existence. We're getting all the weird mechanics. It means they're moderators in chat. Merlin. Mod of chat. It means they have the ability to delete messages or like time people out. Which usually the moderators don't even end up doing and I end up doing. It's more just indicative that there was a point in time where I said, yeah, I should probably add a moderator. Then I just looked at somebody and was like, oh, I'll add them. And that's about it. Yeah, I have never, not even Skeletron, I've never seen anything like that in thousands of hours of playing the game. I mean, I've heard tell, yeah, it's understandable, Molly. It's mostly like the spam bots and things, that I expect moderators to deal with, and I'll usually deal with when the weird situations arise. Because, you know, random sex bot coming in is pretty obviously, oh, that message shouldn't be there. Yeah, the game's vanilla, it's not modded. I verified files after Electrica had sent me the, version of the game that was modified, and that was a long time ago. The only thing I could think of is the remix seed messing with something. No, nothing from the workshop. Get the devs to watch this. I mean, I might submit that as a bug report, or even just, like, ask if they know what the fuck happened. Although I don't know who I would even ask that to, because Line 4's passed away, and... I mean, I guess I could ask Nescry. See if they have any idea. The only thing I've heard of that's anything like that is... I have never witnessed this in any of my low damage runs. But, supposedly, if an enemy is on screen for a very long period of time without taking damage, and this, as I've heard it, happens with the Moonlord, his True Eyes of Cthulhu. Some people who had done low damage runs in the past had used, like, invincibility machines or nurse cheeses or things like that. And were able to essentially just sit still, and have killed the Moonlord over time. And after a long period of time, the True Eyes of Cthulhu would eventually despawn, because they were on screen for an extended period of time without being dealt damage. But I don't think it was nearly enough time passed, and we were dealing damage to him. But that's the only thing I could think of that's anything like this. That's the only example of an in-game built-in, if an enemy is on screen for long enough, eventually they despawn, but they have to be an enemy that you're not actively interacting with, I believe. Yeah, I know that's not it. I'm saying that's the only thing that I can think of that's even somewhat like this. Maybe something with the 8 fixed damage crossed with the minus 20 defense with his low defense at both hands dead. I don't know. I hope not, because then we're not going to be able to kill Skeletron. Please speak in English, Miriam. Don't ask. I am going to ask you not to say that, and to speak in English, because that's one of the channel rules. That's really gonna... I mean, it could it's entirely possible it's something like what DJ said. Where it was just a weird glitch in the code where the combination of values at play just caused Skeletron to bug out and despawn. Because these are very weird factors at play. Yeah, you can post the moment it despawns. That's fine. You should also, you could ping Nescry, and ask them if they know anything about it. We'll see if it happens again. because we're going to get him to that HP value again, and we're going to be killing him with a lawnmower. If it happens again, I don't know what to do about that. I don't think it would be physically possible to kill Skeletron with a lawnmower at that point. And that really raises the question of what other bugs are random, really weird interactions with the code. Or, do I have time pause now? Yes, I paused time. Because I suspected it might have something to do with time. And even if it doesn't hurt to have time paused. It's not going to do anything negative. So if it is based on time pausing, we'll make sure it isn't an issue by doing that. And if it is based on time pausing, if it isn't based on time pausing, I don't know what we'd even do about it anyway. And if it is based on time pausing, that'll hopefully solve the issue. Oh, based on time passing. Lawnmower should 20 times damage against Plantera. Yeah, she should also take more damage from on fire. If the Lawnmower did 20 times damage against Plantera, it would genuinely be pretty damn good against her. Because it does 8 base damage. That would take it up to, what, 160 damage? Against Plantera? And at the rate this thing deals damage, I mean... If you saw how fast we were dealing damage to Deerclops, like, 160 damage that fast. That's not bad. I think I probably won't get around. Also, full defense penetrating because it's a lawnmower. Plantera doesn't actually have that much defense to begin with. Pillage with a lawnmower? We're going to have to think about how to do the pillars. Oh, the reason we're killing Skeletron, by the way, is to get the mechanic. Somebody had asked that earlier. I suspect we're going to need teleporters for a lot of hard mode bosses. Will I use flares to fuck up with projectiles? No. I could potentially overload the spawn limit if things get dire, but cultists with lawnmower will probably be worse. So Stardust Pillar and Vortex Pillar are a gimme. They're basically free. Killing the pillar itself might not actually be possible. Because don't the pillars move to float on top of blocks? Like, can you stand on a solid block within lawnmower range of the pillars? Like, I don't mean the enemies. The enemies are fine. You can still build immediately around them? Okay. They move on top of platforms? I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. But Stardust and Vortex pillars are free, because you just farm the enemies that show up. Although they would be easy, it would take a very long time. Solar pillar could be whittled down slowly. Nebula would probably be the trickiest pillar. Also, it's entirely possible I'm going to just use traps for the pillars. To not spend 60 hours doing the pillars. I mean, if you pulled out, like, the land-born enemies, I would kill them the same way I killed any of the other enemies. Like the Dracomire Riders or Selenians or something. You just make a 2-block gap, stand there, attack them. The only solar pillar enemy that's a problem are Chorites. They're the only ones that go through blocks. If enemies don't go through blocks, I can lawnmower them no trouble. It's just they have like 2,000 HP. I would not do the pillars on Master Mode. I would probably spawn them in on like Classic to alleviate the time and the number of them that I have to kill. You remember something turtles? Turtles aren't bad. And we're probably not really going to use beetle armor anyway. I suspect we'll probably just make a new world and farm defender medals there from the old one's army to get Valhalla Knight stuff, because it's better. Demon Eye may have come from bottom left corner. That down there? I was thinking it was from here. Because there are the unsafe walls there, and maybe it's... I don't know. The Demon Eye is actually not much of a problem, because it doesn't really do damage. I would be very disappointed if something like Skeletron despawning happened when we were much later into a boss fight. Like, we weren't fighting Skeletron for very long when he despawned. It was only like an hour. That's not very long at all. But if we were like 7 hours into Skeletron Prime and he despawned, that would be a little more annoying. How am I gonna set up a Plantera arena, bro? Turtles exist. If you move NPCs nearby, enemies don't really spawn in the jungle. Also, turtles are not nearly as much of an issue as you're making them out to be. What am I gonna do for Wall of Flesh? Use the Lawnmower. The thing is, we want an Ankh Shield. Both for the 2 points of defense and if we fight Duke Fishron. I'm not making the same mistake. How will I kill it in time? The Wall of Flesh has 0 defense. And only 8,000 HP on Classic. You have about 20 minutes to kill the wall, from what I remember, on a large-sized world. That damage should be doable. What was I talking about? And like, yeah, like absolute worst case scenario, we could lower ourselves to journey mode and reduce the Wall of Flesh's HP even more. Ankh Shield, yeah. I don't want to make the same mistake I did with Copper Shortsword only. With Copper Shortsword only, I went to fight Duke Fishron without an Ankh Shield. And it was awful. It was awful. Because the Confusion debuff and Curse were really kicking my ass during that fight. To the point that I was unironically equipping a trifold map that I had in my piggy bank. Just to make sure I didn't get confused. And the 2 points of defense are not meaningless either. However, getting the Ankh Shield is not particularly easy. Just found channel today. Lawnmower only sounds pretty neat, but is there somewhere else I can watch the rest of it, or is it currently like an in-progress thing right now? This is a live stream. I'm doing this live, like right now. It's not done yet. Once I finish, I'll probably make a video on it. The fanboy videos are very gender. Thank you very much. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it as a compliment, so thank you. But yeah, I'm doing this live right now. There are past live streams of the Eye of Cthulhu, Brain of Cthulhu, Queen Bee, and earlier in this stream was Deerclops. If you want something similar, I would recommend looking for when I did Copper Shortsword only. Or Flare Gun only. There are videos on my channel of those two. And they're pretty similar ideas. And you can get a similar sort of situation going on if you watch those. The Copper Shortsword only live streams are also in a playlist on my channel. They're unlisted though, because back when I did those was before... Because, like, now YouTube separates live streams from videos, but back when I was streaming those, it didn't, and live streams just showed up as videos, so I'd unlisted them so they wouldn't show up with the rest of my videos, because they didn't really fit with the rest of them. What's going to be the video title? Can you beat Terraria with a lawnmower? No, probably not a question. Probably just, I beat Terraria with a lawnmower. It's gonna be interesting going back into the headspace to do things like Duke Fishron and the Moonlord with a really low damage weapon though. I remember the head state I was in for the Moonlord. That was rough. I was just like sitting there not speaking for hours on end, glued to the screen with like listening to music on loop for like 7 hours straight, and then doing that for an entire week straight. The question format is more clickbait. I don't care. Yeah, also, if you weren't here for this, Skeletron should have been dead by now, but the last time we fought Skeletron, he just fucking blinked out of existence. About an hour into the fight. An hour 17 minutes is what Sharptail said. We killed his hands, we were just lawnmowering him, and then he just decided to not exist. No idea why it happened. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. See, the thing is, I feel like the question format is not more clickbait because somebody would make the video, can you beat Terraria with a lawnmower, and then not beat Terraria with a lawnmower. Whereas me stating it in no uncertain terms makes people go, holy shit. And I feel like would be more appealing because of the incredibleness of the claim. As opposed to somebody saying, can you beat Terraria with a lawnmower, and then giving up the Eye of Cthulhu. Right? Or similarly, like the how I did something. Like how I beat Terraria with a lawnmower. Because, like, the explanation things are very popular. As far as titles go. Yeah, if anyone has any idea why Skeletron not existed, I would love to know. But I feel like at this point, we're probably going with... I hate those videos. I hate I survived X days and whatever. I hate that. I hate that so much. It's such a meaningless statement. I don't think it was Lily. Because it was really weird. I think somebody posted a clip in my Discord server of when it happened. It was also a little while ago in stream, but he didn't even despawn is the thing, because when bosses despawn, their health bars disappear. He didn't despawn until about 12 seconds later. He just stopped existing. There are certain, like, clickbait common video titles that I really hate. The X days in one thing, I hate that so much. I also really don't like... people asking either obvious questions or questions like, can you beat Terraria with a flare gun, and then giving the wrong answer and saying no. Yeah, I believe the despawn timer for enemies off-screen is 12 seconds. When a boss is off-screen, if they're off-screen for 12 seconds, they despawn. Or like 12 and a half seconds, I think. That's how boss despawning works. Is as soon as they're off-screen for a prerequisite amount of time, they'll despawn. And I believe the time is 12 and a half seconds. It was about that length of time. That's when his health bar disappeared. But the thing is, before that happened, he just blinked out of existence. He was on top of us, we were hitting him with the lawnmower, and then he just disappeared. I mean, I can't say I blame people for not trying. This isn't very exciting. And it's also... the scaling of Terraria makes doing things like this exceptionally difficult as you get into hard mode. If you look at, like, Copper Short Sword only, the pre-hard mode bosses, most of them I could do in half an hour, 20 minutes, the span of a night in, like, the Eye of Cthulhu. But then you start getting to the hard mode bosses. Destroyer takes 5 hours. Plantera takes hours. Golem... Actually, we had Ichor by that time, so it didn't take too long. Cultist took hours. Moonlord took like 30 hours. Duke Fishron took like 26 hours. Empress took like 18 hours. That is an insane order to expect somebody to do. And it's pretty easy to scope out early on in the game. Hey, if I'm dealing damage at this rate to enemies that have this little HP, and I'm actually dealing, like, penetrating their defense, it's going to be borderline impossible to do this to enemies that have way more defense. I'll be doing 1 damage a hit, and that have 30 times as much hit points. So it's completely reasonable to look at that and go, yeah, it's not possible. But it is possible. They just didn't want to commit to it. Well, the flare gun also is similarly not buffable, but the flare gun has access to On Fire. On Fire was the main thing that made the flare gun not miserable. Although I could have used Flask for the Copper Short Sword, and I didn't. If you can't do it, then don't post the video. But people like content, and that's a very clickbaity title. You think that his position got translated from real coordinates to map coordinates blocks, or tried to move to the area where his real coordinates would be if they were map coordinates? But he wasn't on the map. Like, he didn't teleport to somewhere on the map because we didn't see his icon. We would have seen him on the map if he teleported somewhere else, right? Unless he was teleported, like, way off screen. The real coordinates are very large. I guess that's fair. Like 10,000. ChatGPT says the video title should be Insane Challenge, Conquering Terraria with Just a Lawnmower. You won't believe what happened. God, I hate that title. If I ever name a video that, please take me out back and shoot me. Yeah, if he got far enough away, his health bar... Actually, not necessarily. We'll do a thumbnail with the title. Yeah, thumbnails are hard. There'll be times where I get motivated to make a really good thumbnail, like the Cheese All Bosses thumbnail. That was a good thumbnail. But a lot of the times it's really hard coming up with thumbnails. I might just commission an artist for it, though. I have a lot of time. If I pay somebody, like, 80 bucks, I could probably get him to draw a neat thumbnail. By the time I'm done with this. Yeah, the teleporting far away thing makes sense. The next question is, why? Why did it happen? And how can we avoid it from happening? The dungeon video thumbnail was pretty funny as well. Yeah, I like the thumbnail more if you take away the bees and the eyes from the outside of it, but the problem is the aspect ratio of the thumbnails has to be 16 by 9. So it was either have the bees and the eyes on the side, or just have, like, white space. Integer precision bug would be a personal best guess. I have no idea. I'm not terribly familiar with coding. Skeletron... Skeletron's aggressiveness underflowed because they set it so low that it actually went to the max aggressiveness, and he started nuking me. And that's why he disappeared. Because the United Nations voted to condemn him. And he was imprisoned for war crimes. I do really appreciate the squad of zombies. Where a solar ray flipped a bit and caused Skeletron to teleport. The zombies are chat. You haven't done comp size shit in a while? I haven't done comp size shit like ever. That reminds me, I wanted to show these videos at some point. I went through an old family PC, and I found these old-ass videos from a 3D modeling class in high school that I edited together for class projects. And they are incredibly awful and cringy. Because I made them, I edited them, and I narrated them. These would be like the first videos I ever made. And these were probably like 7 years ago. And that just reminded me of those. Upload them? I would need to, like, censor my name out of them and whatnot. Is it going to be on my OnlyFans? No, I'm not going to show the random videos that I made in high school on OnlyFans. Computers do whatever I tell them to do? What if I tell it to not do what I tell it? What'll it do then? Okay, well, we're about halfway back to the point we were at, like, an hour ago. Oh, wait, I have honey. Yeah, also, for those of you that weren't here, when I and don't know exactly how the lawnmower works, it has very janky hit detection, or rather, it has two very annoying prerequisites before it even has a hitbox. You have to be standing on solid ground, like platforms or blocks. You cannot be in midair, and you also have to be moving forward. And at that point, the lawnmower has a hitbox, and the lawnmower's hitbox is basically that tiny spinning blade right at the bottom, and that's the only place it can hit. So you have to be standing on a solid block, moving forward, and then you get access to a tiny hitbox that does 8 damage. And the reason we have these blocks up here is to let us go up and down, to move that hitbox up and down, to make it easier to hit things like the hands that are not at the low enough level to get hit. Because we can bring it up and down a little bit while still staying on solid ground. And we're playing on Don't Dig Up. The intention of playing on Don't Dig Up was to not have to pause time, but given the events that just occurred when time was not paused while fighting Skeletron, I decided it would be in our best interest to pause time this time in case it was somehow related to the passage of time that led to him just noping out of existence. The thumbnail is correct now? Nice! Also, if you missed it, we fought Deerclops earlier in the stream. Deerclops was easy. We could actually hit him consistently. And he doesn't have very much defense. It only took like 20 or 30 minutes. Devs add the realism to where the grass is cut. See, you say that, except for the fact that you can smote cursor the lawnmower to mow grass that it is not directly on top of. If you have smote cursor enabled with the lawnmower, it will smote cursor to the nearest available block. And you can smote cursor like ceilings. And you can mow like ceilings and things with smote cursor. Yeah, you can smote cursor the lawnmower. Yeah, which sucks because those are like the biomes you would actually want to mow the grass of. Like, oh yeah, you mow the jungle, and then jungle spawn rates are lower, and you could actually like utilize it effectively. Or like you mow the crimson, and then fewer things spawn in the crimson. But no. Does it affect how you fight enemies with the lawnmower? What do you mean? What are the bosses have I defeated? King Slime, Eye of Cthulhu, Bane of Cthulhu, Deerclops, Queen Bee. Skeletron and the Wall of Flesh are the only pre-HUD mode bosses left. Because you can mow the desert. The hitbox? Oh yeah, the hitbox affects how I fight things. It's one of the reasons we have to fight things in really specific ways. That's why we couldn't fight Queen Bee normally. Like, we couldn't just move around and try to hit Queen Bee because she stayed up all on top of us and we couldn't stay in a flat block and hit her unless we were just, like, in the box tanking bees. That's why that happened. Well, like, that's why the Eye of Cthulhu was really annoying. And that's why it's really difficult for me to kill, like, flying enemies. And even, like, Skeletron here. The fact that I can't jump to hit him is really diminishing my ability to hit him and deal damage. I have to wait for the arms to line up horizontally, and then to actually hit him himself, I have to just eat hits from his face. She sat on top of me. I said what I said. You done for 30 minutes? That sounds about how long I've been. Maybe 1.4.5 will change the lawnmower for the better. Who knows? Hold up? Hold up what? I feel like if there was... it just does damage, Miriam. It doesn't do melee damage. I feel like if there was anything that I did that would get developer attentions enough to add, like, an item in the game, it would probably be this one. Seeing as flare gun, copper short sword, and the other things didn't. It's classless damage, yeah. Okay, hands are almost down. And we can go back to actually fighting Skeletron. I don't think you can buff classless damage. I was unable to with the flare gun when I had tested it. And to my knowledge, it's not possible to buff the lawnmower's damage. And even if we could buff the lawnmower's damage, I don't think it would be worth it for most circumstances. I think optimizing defense would be more valuable than trying to eke out another point of damage or two, given that defense would probably make the damage insignificant anyway. Like, I know I had applied well more than 50% in generic damage buffs to the flare gun, and it did not buff its damage. And I suspect classless damage just can't be increased. I mean, we got 67 defense. I feel like we're the tank man now. Can you buff attack speed? I seriously doubt the Lawnmower has any contribution of attack speed. Most melee weapons aren't even affected by melee speed. The Lawnmower isn't even a melee weapon. And the way that it functions almost certainly would not be influenced by attack speed. I mean, the devs just add, like, random items related to streamers. Usually just, like, vanity items or whatever. Like, you get, like... Ox's aviators were added because I think he was a streamer that had done hardcore master mode? Hardcore expert mode? I forget which one. But they originally dropped as when you killed the Eye of Cthulhu in hardcore on that difficulty. And you got, like, Badger's hat for doing Eye of Cthulhu and Wall of Flesh in the same night as, like, a speedrunning reference thing. A lot of just small things like that. Expert mode hardcore. Hardcore. Okay. They're not in expert mode hardcore anymore. They used to be. Now they're just master mode. That's right. It was originally expert mode hardcore. And also, it's not Moonlord. It's Eye of Cthulhu. Now the Eye of Cthulhu just drops them in master mode. It was originally expert mode hardcore, then they changed it. But it certainly never came from the Moonlord, it always came from the Eye of Cthulhu. Oh, yeah, that's why they were added. Then yeah, it originally dropped from the Eye of Cthulhu in expert mode hardcore. And then it was changed to master mode, I think, in 1.4. Which is why we have them now. To give the, like, balding 50-year-old man mowing the grass aesthetic with sunglasses on. It's very important. Hey, Quoxy. Guy looks older than 50. I mean, I think this guy could... I think that... You know, if you went bald and gray early, I think that could... We forget why it despawns? Still have no idea on that one. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, though. If it does, I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, mostly just speculations about, just a random coding glitch that happened that caused him to teleport to some other location. I think that was the main speculation that's been worked with, but no actual, evidence to support those claims. You always hated Skeletron. Thank you for giving me another reason to hate him. I mean, if you just look at what I'm doing now, it should be pretty simple to learn to dodge him. It does not. No, the old man just dies if we talk to him. Which vegetable do I think will win in a fight? Coconut. My money's still on coconut. I think its defenses are just too strong. All fruits are vegetables, not all vegetables are fruits. No, all fruits are vegetables, not all vegetables are fruits. Vegetable is not a strict definition, it's just an edible part of a plant. What is a fruit that isn't a vegetable, TJ? Because the issue is vegetable does not have a strict definition. And isn't it just defined as an edible part of a plant? And fruits are specifically defined as having seeds. Any fruit that's inedible? I suppose that's fair. How sane will it be after this challenge? I don't think it would have any impact, the same amount as before. This is on master mode right now, yeah. We're on journey mode with the ability to change the difficulty, which we will most certainly do for other bosses in the game, but for as of now, we're on master mode. That was a good sneeze. That was a sneeze? That was a big sneeze. 180, 288. I'm gonna deal a bit more damage to this one. Did I sneeze out a lung? How about doing it in blindfolded? I need to continue blindfolded at one point. We got to post Wall of Flesh and then, just kind of stopped. But no, I would not do blindfolded, Lawnmower. I feel like it would just be mounts only that I would do. And the only hiccup to mounts only would be the Wall of Flesh. That would be the only concern I would have about doing it. You'd have Golf Cup by that point. It has nothing to do with having mounts that are able to deal damage, and everything to do with the fact that the Wall of Flesh is constantly moving to the side, and it's rather difficult to keep pace with him while dealing damage with him. I feel like, honestly, it'd probably bounce on him with a slime mount. I don't know how much damage the Golf Cart does, but... I feel like it would be much easier to try to bounce on him than run into him and then repeatedly take his melee damage. What mount would you start in place of a starting weapon? What do you mean? You wouldn't. You would go to the underground desert and you'd get the golfer, and then you'd golf until you could buy a golf cart. There's no easily accessible damaging mounts pre-boss. Yes, there is. The golf cart. You beat Wall of Flesh before it features the end of the world? We're going to try to. And even if not the golf cart, do the zoologist horses deal dash damage if you're running? It might be possible to get enough zoologist entries to get those. They do? Yeah, it's not easy getting zoologist entries without killing things. It's mostly NPCs and critters, but it might be possible to get enough. Would Sand Tank or Brain Scramble be better for Moonlord? I have no idea. I never use either of them. Brain Scrambler would probably be easier to get, though, as I don't know how you'd get Sand Tank without being able to pause time. Now, granted, you'd probably pause time anyway for the mech bosses, as I have a sneaking suspicion that mounts may not be able to DPS enough for that. You're having infinite time because night doesn't end. We are on Don't Dig Up, which means bosses do not have time limits. However, as of right now, time is paused because the last time we did this, Skeletron decided to just blink out of existence in the middle of the fight, and on the off chance it was related to the passage of time, I decided to pause time. But since we are on Don't Dig Up, we do not need to pause time for anything. But time is currently paused because Skeletron decided to just blink out of existence. Which, yes, we have gotten past this point before. We killed Skeletron's hands and then started dealing damage to his skull, and he just disappeared. No idea why. And we just kind of have to hope it doesn't happen again. It's about the best I can do. Maybe Skeletron uses King Crimson. That doesn't make any sense. Something something fate manipulation. I'd like to deal more damage to that one. I want them to die at roughly the same time. One more hit on that hand. Let's recover HP a little bit. And please, Skeletron, don't be a dick. Should you start with Seasons 1 or 2 or jump to Stardust Crusaders? I would start with Season 1. So, Stardust Crusaders... Phantom Blood and Battle Tendency are the same season. The two combined is only 24 episodes or so. Whereas Stardust Crusaders is like 2 seasons itself with like 50 episodes. So they're not very long. And they provide a lot of backstory, and particularly for Stardust Crusaders, provide a lot of necessary information and characterization, I feel like, for the main villain. And if you didn't watch part 1, I feel like you would be lacking a lot of the characterization of Dio. It'd take like 5 hours? Nah. I was just waiting to stabilize a bit because my potion was on cooldown. But we actually deal pretty solid damage against Skeletron. We just have to balance taking damage. Now, Pout 1... Now, Pout... If you don't like Pout 1, and you're just having a miserable time with it, I would at least skip to Pout 2. I feel like Pout 2, even if you don't vibe with the pacing of Pout 1, Pout 2 is a very enjoyable experience. I would not skip straight to Pout 3. But I would recommend watching Pout 1. It's not that long. Marathon Pokemon seasons? Brave man. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing pretty solid damage here. We've done 400 damage already. We've taken a good chunk out of his health bone. It's only been a couple minutes. It's not going to take 5 hours. The main thing is just balancing our HP and making sure we don't lose too much. Everything that's defense, you only deal 3 damage? No, it's based on the amount of defense things have. A spinning Skeletron in Phase 2, or rather, a spinning Skeletron, once his hands are gone, his defense drops to 0. And we deal 8 damage to him. 8 is the damage of the Lawnmower. And then, if enemies have defense, we will deal 8 minus half of their defense. His hands have, I believe, 14 defense. Actually, no, that's not right. We dealt 5 less damage. They must have, like, 10 defense, because we deal 3 damage a hit. Actually, no, sorry. We have defense penetration. It would have been 14. Yeah, they have 14 defense, but we have 5 defense penetration. Whereas Skeletron, I believe, has 10 defense, but we also have 5 defense penetration. Hey, stay up here. Yeah, this is not bad damage at all. But yeah, once we get to things that deal defense, we'll only be dealing 1 damage a hit, not 3 damage. Like, most hard mode bosses, really just hard mode enemies, we're only going to be hitting for 1. If we were to hit Skeletron in this phase, which is difficult because of how he positions himself, he always wants to stay above you, we would be dealing 5 damage a hit. Oops. I'll just... Twins is gonna be sick as hell. If by sick as hell you mean boring as hell, sure. I'm probably gonna have to use teleporters to be able to position myself to hit Retinazer. This is about where Skeletron noped out of existence the first time we fought him. It was around this HP value. He did it again! What the fuck? Skeletron unkillable with Lawnmower? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna go test something. What was it? 10,488 HP? That was the number? It's possible. It was the exact same HP value that it happened, right? Can somebody watch the first clip? It's possible it may be that specific HP value, for some reason, when fighting with the Lawnmower, causes him to instantly disappear. So, if we lower the difficulty, we may be able to avoid having that HP value altogether, and it may work. Or we could just be fucked altogether. I don't really know. But I'm going to do some experimenting. With a separate character. I need a starboard. There we go. No, we haven't lost the run. It's just a minor setback. 10,488 both times? Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just turn on God mode. For the sake of researching this. Okay. Let's go to nighttime. Spawn Skeletron. Okay. And let's go ahead and take out these hands. Okay, I don't want to... Make sure we don't accidentally deal damage to the skull. The Skeletron thing happened again, yeah. I'm doing some experimenting. It was similar HP, but not the same. What was the number both times? Previously, it was 10,547. What the fuck? What was the duration of the fight? Did the fights go on for a similar amount of time? I guess it would be kind of hard to tell, because I fucked around with Skeletron a lot. Type Ninja. This attempt was way longer. I feel like it was, yeah, because we sat there forever with him spawned in before we started fighting him. Okay, this is about the HP value where this happened. We passed the number. Is it based on me taking damage? Hold on. I can put some accessories on. Get some defense. Maybe it's based on taking damage. Frost. Also a good time to test. Yeah, no, it doesn't benefit from frost armor. 72 defense. Well, it might be the damage number and the fact that we're doing it with a lawnmower. I don't know. Maybe trying the correct seed, a don't dig up seed? I could, yeah, it might be related to don't dig up. I don't think it's related to just doing this, because this is working fine. He's not disappearing here. Why do I have the Zenith? Because we're testing on a different world, Master Rico. This is obviously not the same character. Because he despawned again and we're trying to figure out why, so we can avoid it. Yep. Is there an item where you can reset night or something? The time of day is not the issue. Time was paused anyway. Now, we don't have to fight Skeletron right now. Strictly speaking. But I don't know what to do if not fight him now. Because just pushing it down the line, it won't change anything. It'll still happen. I have a couple of ideas that we can test to, hold on. Up the difficulty. To try and see if the behavior is consistent. Also going to turn on God mode for the sake of simplicity. I could try lowering the difficulty. I could try killing his hands with some other weapon. And then this is where the jungle is. Killing his hands with some other weapon. And then swapping to the lawnmower. And maybe it's based on, like, him being spawned in the world for a long period of time or something. And killing him faster will avoid him teleporting away. Those are really the only two things I could think of. Without knowing why it happens, I don't know how to avoid having it happen. Yeah, here's the dungeon. I was kind of in the same place, like physically in the world. Very similar location. I'll keep it in mind. We're gonna see what happens here. What happened to Lawnmower? Skeletron is hacking. We're trying to figure out why he's hacking, so we can use anti-cheat to prevent it. I think I'm at the point where I am just going to kill his hands with, like, Lucy or something when we go back to attempting him, because I'm not going to spend another hour lawnmowing his hands just for him to immediately despawn again. It happened about here. Another couple hundred HP, and that was when he despawned. Let me try walking around like I was. Okay. It is replicable behavior. It seems to be related to the seed. I didn't test walking around. But, okay. Let me try something. Drop difficulty to expert. I'm going to try a couple different things to see if we can identify why and prevent it from occurring. Because it may be related to me walking to the side while using the lawnmower. Yeah, I'll probably talk to Nesquik about it. I'm going to try walking to the side here and seeing if it still happens to see if it's related to his HP value, because it's happening in the same range of a couple hundred HP each time. Which seems odd, but we haven't gotten below that amount of HP, so I don't know if it's related to that HP value, or if it's just a random chance that could happen at any point in time, and it just happens to be happening then. It's not based on me taking damage, so I can do this with God mode. That's not an issue. Okay. Actually, let me just... Maybe do one of the steps so I stand still again. The behavior only happened when I've been moving. And unless I know why it's happening, I'm not going to spend the time doing that. He disappeared right here last time. I don't think it's position-based. Because that was exactly where he disappeared the last time I was doing this. And I would have expected it to happen again. If it was based on me hitting a certain position in the world while he's spinning and I'm hitting him with the minecart. Try walking in this direction now. Maybe it is based on the amount of HP, because this is further in his HP bar than we've managed to make it before, percentage-wise. It's probably movement-based. I can up the difficulty to master and test it out. Is it because of the lawnmower? I feel like it has to be because of the lawnmower, right? Like, this... What exactly is the problem? Skeletron is despawning. Blinking out of existence. When being lawnmowered. Okay. It feels to me like this is going to work. I see no indication of him despawning here. So, I am probably going to reset the fight. And try... doing it on Master again. And seeing if it's based on me moving. Because... the amount of times we've hit him, he would have despawned by now on Master. We've done 1,600 damage. That's more than we've managed to do on Master. No, he despawned again. Okay, it's not difficulty-based. It's not HP-based. It's not position-based. Is it movement-based? Let me see if moving. And I would rather not moving. We'll stop this. Do I have any better weapons? Hold on. Yeah, oh shit, I got an Eventide. I walked a lot faster there. That is possible, but I feel like I wasn't walking very fast the other times. I am just going to sit here, completely still, and lawnmower him and see if anything happens. It happened at like 7,000 something HP this time. So it's not based on me taking damage. It's not based on position in the world. It's not based on his HP value. It's not based on time spent in the world. There is something that happens, presumably when the lawnmower hits him, or based on my movement, that causes him to disappear. Old man's back. Is the stream lagging a lot for anyone else? Is it? No? Okay. If it is just based on the lawnmower, I do not know how we can remedy that. Aside, well, what I could do, I could go to a different seed. I could fight Skeletron on a different seed, and then I could just kill him on the Don't Dig Up seed with, like, a Lucy or something. Could it be related to the lawnmower reducing the spawns on grass? We weren't on grass, though. We were on platforms. I get what you're saying. The lawnmower has weird properties. It is more damage than I've done previous times, yeah. But I felt that was the same thing I thought last time, and then he despawned out of nowhere while we were moving to the side. It may be based on the speed we're walking at as we hit him. Somebody mentioned that, and that sounds plausible. If that's the case, we could solve it with a situation like this, where we put down a block, and then that prevents us from moving. But I want to make sure that he's not going to despawn with us doing this. I was fully normally walking. Well, I have boots on, so... The damage code is pretty straightforward. I mean, Terraria's code is spaghetti. I have no idea what would have caused it. Whatever it is... Because I feel like if it was based on just moving and not anything related to the lawnmower, people would know about this. Right? Like, this would happen to other people. If it had nothing to do with the lawnmower, there were millions of people that played this game. It would have happened to somebody. What we're doing right now, quite possibly nobody has done before. And I feel like these unique conditions are probably what led to the issue. Did I ever kill a non-enraged Skeletron with such a low damage weapon before on this version? I have not, no. If he disappears during this while I am not moving, that's another piece of information, because then we figure out it's not based on moving. But so far, it looks like he's not disappearing, and it may be based on us moving. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself. We're going to play out the fight and see what happens. Actually, you know what? At this point, I'm going to experiment with walking again. Because I feel like it would have despawned that by now. I mean, I'm walking at full speed, though. I'm just holding down the walk button. Fun fully. I can't run fully because we outspeed him. I don't know, because it's not doing it, though. It's not based on the shark tooth necklace, either. I'll let you know if I find out why it happens. I feel like we're going to have to put off Skeletron until tomorrow. If I can't figure out why this is happening. You know, you see the next change, like, fix Skeletron despawning and remix it from getting hit while the lawnmower and the player is moving. I mean, he's dying here. He hasn't despawned yet, but why? I'm using God mode right now for testing. This is not playing the game normally. This is us testing why Skeletron despawns on the remix seed while hitting him with a lawnmower. Because we already spent like 2 hours fighting Skeletron, and he despawned both times. Here, let me put on movement speed, position. Put on these pieces of information, because these might be important. I could have paused time instead. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, he's not despawning now. But he's not despawning because of time. He's despawning because the code bugs out and he just blinks out of existence. This is the only time we fought him on this seed and he hasn't despawned. What is different? What's changed? Or is it just random? Is there any consistency to it? It can't be just random. The HP values have been inconsistent. But maybe that's just because there was some... I started with attacking him without moving, but I can't attack him without moving. In order to deal damage, I have to be moving. I was always moving to the left. I started this fight with standing still. And then we got him to a certain HP value. And then we started moving. Maybe... Old man's gonna die. Maybe try moving to the right, but it didn't happen when we moved to the right. Maybe his HP is only problematic for the beginning of the health bar. Maybe that's the issue. It's specifically high HP Skeletron, and then after he takes a certain amount of damage, he's able to be damaged without the risk of him despawning. And the only reason I could possibly think of why that would be a case is Skeletron has a check while his hands are still alive if he's above, I think, 75% HP. He will start shooting skulls if he's damaged to that point while his hands are still alive, but I don't see how that could possibly be relevant here. You were able to replicate it, his HP went down to 9k, you were moving left. Okay. I'm gonna try resetting the fight because I don't think it's going to happen here. I think we've passed the point of wherever it happens. Was he above 75% HP every single time it's happened? Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen right here. I think every single time it's happened, he's been above 75% HP. Which makes me wonder... It happened around a 7,000 mark, but we did it in expert mode, where his HP was 8,000. You were only able to get it to happen once. Was it on Don't Dig Up? Okay. Let's try this again. Let's get Flying Dragon. I am probably going to get in contact with the people that I know that look into the code a lot and see if I can get any of them to figure out why the hell this happens. So every single time it's happened, it's been moving to the left. Try moving to the right, but it's never happened when moving to the right. Every single time it's happened, it's been while moving to the left. And at this point, we're just trying to iron out. Or do I keep all that garbage in my inventory? All this stuff? It's journey mode. It doesn't matter. I was moving to the right on the second attempt where it disappeared. It wasn't to the left? Okay, so it's not positioning based. Or rather, it's not direction based. This is about the HP value where we expect him to disappear. Every other time it's happened, it's been at about this HP value. Put a torch in here. There was also one time he said he went down to 9,000. It's not happening now. There's some criteria that's being met. But what is it? It's not related to buffs. It's not related to accessories. Because we have different accessories, and it's happened on both characters. This is the only time we've done this where it has not occurred yet. Which is strange. Is it gonna happen? This is very strange, yeah. He's not going to do it until I try for a legit attempt. I would not be surprised. But I'm not going to go through the bullshit with killing his hands with the lawnmower again. I already did that twice. We're just going to skip to the skull part of the fight. But there have been very strange bugs in Terraria's history. And I would not be surprised if there's some weird aspect of the lawnmower that they put together in the spaghetti code that causes this to occur. It's not happening anymore. Maybe it only happened at a very specific movement speed? That's what I was thinking. That's why I put on the, speedometer or whatever. We're about to pass the 75% mark, which it seemed like maybe it's just that the circumstances are so specific that the game doesn't know what to do. But what about the circumstances? There has to be some element about it that the game deems as strange if that's the case and doesn't know what to do with. Is it the lawnmower? Is it the movement? Is it the seed? How did I manage to replicate it in this world before? It happened twice. And I just walked to the side while lawnmowering Skeletron. Twice in a row, and it hasn't happened since then. He disappeared once on Master Mode on this door here, and then once on Expert Mode on this thing over there. Try it with other weapons. It's a good idea. Yeah, including the normal challenge, we've had it happen 4 times, and then Tempest Isaman had it happen once. Have these always been on Don't Dig Up? Have we tried testing it on other seeds? I tried testing it on the other seed, but it didn't happen. But I don't know if that's just because it didn't happen because the circumstances didn't happen, or if it's because of specifically the seed. Because if it is specifically the seed, I could go to another world and just kill Skeletron there, and then we just used, like, Lucy to kill Skeletron and Don't Dig Up. And just say that we killed him in the other world, and it's fine. I will try killing Skeletron one more time in our regular seed. And I will use Lucy to kill his hands. It will be fast. Unpleasant's fine. We use Lucy to kill his hands, and then I will not move when I am dealing damage to Skeletron. I will create a situation like that block where I will just sit still, and hopefully, if we are not moving, that will allow us to get past that phase. That is my hope, and that is what I will try. Because the only consistencies that I have noticed among every single time this has happened is that, firstly, they have all happened on Don't Dig Up. I was not able to replicate it in the brief time that I tried on a normal seed. Secondly, they all happened while attacking him while spinning with the lawnmower. It did not happen while attacking his hands. It is specifically his head and specifically while spinning. After his hands are dead. Thirdly, they all happened at about the same HP value. You got it happen again on Journey Mode difficulty 2136. What is that percentage of his total HP? 2136. Is that within the 75% range, or is that much lower? I don't know what his Journey Mode HP is. And was that with the lawnmower, or were you testing with a different weapon? Like 95%? The max is 2200. Okay. We're going to sit in here and try not moving. Were you doing the same movement and whatnot when it happened? We gotta wait for the, what's his face to respawn? That's... I need to unpause time, probably. How long did Skeletron take? Skeletron has not died. Skeletron is a hacking piece of shit who keeps despawning. I would appreciate it if you came back, old man. Moving left, but I did it once moving right, is what Bind said. Old man, please. Is it possible? I don't know, because I don't know what's causing Skeletron to despawn. Oh, we can kill Skeletron. That's not the issue. Okay. Since we've already done his hands twice, I'm going to Lucy his hands. Kill those. And then we're just going to move on to the skull. Because I'm not spending another hour killing these hands just for him to despawn 10 minutes into the fight. I think once we get past 75% HP, I feel like it's percentage HP based. Because that has been a consistent aspect of every time it's happened, is the HP value it's occurred at. It's been somewhere above like 75%, and I do know that Skeletron has a check related to his hands being dead to determine whether or not to fire skulls. And that is the only thing I could connect the HP value to. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's what's causing it. But I do know that it's an aspect of his AI that could be a strange thing being interacted with. Okay. Hands are gone. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go in there. We're going to move to the right. And sit in the honey. But the movement was consistent. This is how we're going to deal damage to him. We're not going to move. We're just going to take him in and out of this thing. And if he despawns again doing this, I have no idea what to do about this. Like, if this doesn't solve the issue, I don't know what will. You're expecting a silly lawnmower stream, not the discovery of a new glitch. The lawnmower is broken. I'm really curious what aspect of Skeletron Prime is causing this to occur. And if it's specific to this seed. Because if it's specific to this seed, that's even more insane. Because I didn't even... They would have had to implement some change to... This lawnmower glitch changes anything. Everything. Did anyone get this to happen with another weapon? I have not heard that. I think Tempest Dismount has only been able to replicate it twice. Once on Master Mode and then once on Journey Mode. Master Mode at about 9k HP and Journey Mode at about like just below his regular HP value. It hasn't happened yet, but it also has not happened to me at this HP value yet. It normally happened about 500 more HP in. So it's still not off the table as a possibility. Another possible thing, the location of the old man in comparison to Skeletron has not been consistent in all of these tests. In this test, with this world, the old man has always been in the same position over there, and he's always despawned at about the same spot. In the other world, the old man was not in the same position. There were times when I could not get Skeletron to despawn when the old man was walking inside of the dungeon. Which makes me wonder if for some reason the positioning of the old man has some influence on this. I don't know why it would be. But it is another factor that could be at play. Think that's pushing it? Why does the Lawnmower do better than the Zenith? The Zenith doesn't cause Skeletron to despawn. Well, I'm just thinking of the information that we have, Clowen. Which is that in this world, Skeletron has always despawned at basically the same position, and the old man has also always been in the same position. In the second world, Skeletron did not despawn in the same position. And in some situations, he didn't despawn at all. And thinking of that, I do know that when he was not despawning, the old man was pushed up to the left of the dungeon. You don't have a better idea, but how is that even slightly related? Skeletron and the old man are related in the fact that the old man summons Skeletron. And is the spawning mechanism for him. What's the alternative? It's related to some intrinsic... Like, how is the Lawnmower more related to Skeletron than the old man? Like... I don't know if it's the thing, but it is something that I have noticed between these attempts that hasn't been consistent, and that is inherently related to Skeletron. Okay, this is about the HP value he was despawning at. Somewhere around this range. Also, fun fact, Skeletron can't shoot at you if he's above blocks, because he needs a line of sight to shoot skulls. So if you do something like this, where you just have some solid blocks above you, he can't shoot you. You know what I should do? Should put a chair in this, honey. Chair's still buff regen, right? Yeah, they do. That is some sexy HP regen. This is the furthest we've gotten in this world without Skeletron despawning. Don't jinx it. Me saying it will not influence whether or not he despawns. That demon eye respawned. Still don't know where it's coming from. You got it to happen with an iron pickaxe. It's not related to the weapon. Huh. Yeah, setting gives you better regen. Is it related to moving? Well, we'll have to just play around with it. So it's not weapon-based. You'll try not attacking since you're suspecting it's related to movement? Okay. Movement makes sense. This demon eye is fucking up my HP regen. Now, one thing that is true of this situation that is atypical of the vast majority of the times you will fight Skeletron is you almost never have knockback immunity before fighting Skeletron. Like, that doesn't happen. You would have to farm full gladiator armor or loot the dungeon pre-Skeletron, which is not, like, normally feasible without strategies like the one I had made a video on. So you don't typically stand inside of Skeletron while hitting him when he's spinning. And even the knockback immunity aside, you don't attack Skeletron when you're inside of him, typically. You'll try to escape, you'll grapple out, or you'll just die. So there are a lot of conditions happening, but it's not related to the Lawnmower. Then it would have happened outside this seed as well. Has it all been on Don't Dig Up, Tempestissima? You've only tested on Don't Dig Up. Okay. I think it's probably specific to Don't Dig Up as well. But that is probably something worth testing, is whether it occurs on other seeds, or if it's specific to this one. And that raises so many questions. Like, is it specific to Skeletron? Is it some change on Don't Dig Up, but we've only had the occasion to move in that particular way when fighting Skeletron? We confirmed it's movement-based? We have not confirmed that. No. We suspect it's movement-based, but we have no confirmation. We have no conclusive testing. All we can rule out is what it is not. It is not based on the Lawnmower. It is not based on the passage of time. It is not based on any accessories that we're using, or him dealing damage to us. But we may not have moved in the particular way that we're moving during Skeletron. Like, the particular speed that we're moving at during Skeletron, along with dealing damage, may be an element at play here. Well, I don't necessarily think that's the case. It hasn't been conclusively ruled out otherwise. And similarly, at best I can say we suspect it's movement-based, because there's no reason to say, aside from what we've tested and observed, that it would be movement over anything else, because it could be something else entirely, and the movement just happens to be a coincidence. Not attacking also caused it. Okay, so it's not based on attacking. Do you have a, what is the thing called? Movement speed tester? Can you check the specific movement speed that you're going at? Is it consistent among all of them? Because if it's a consistent movement speed, then I feel like we can probably reasonably assume that it's based on the speed you're moving at. While going horizontally while he's spinning on top of you, or something to that effect. Stop. Yeah, stopwatch, because pocket watch is the time of day. Stopwatch would be, yeah. It does feel very random, yeah. Now, all I can say is I have not been moving here. I have been standing still in this corner, and it has not happened. So, if it is movement-based, what we're doing now seems to prevent it from occurring. And it being movement-based is supported with the results we're seeing right now. I really want this Demon Eye to fuck off, because it keeps messing up my HP regen on the chair. It keeps hitting me. Yeah, you missed a lot, Quoxy. Am I sure I don't have any mods installed? Well, Tempest Issimon is replicating the behavior, and I don't have any mods installed. And I think I can certainly say that he would not have the same game state that I have, even if I did have mods installed. If it was specific to my version of the game, other people wouldn't be able to replicate it. Unless they also had the same issue, which seems unlikely. But again, I don't have a modified version of the game. And if I had a corrupted file, it seems rather unlikely that Tempestissima would also have the same, like, corrupted file or something. Skeletron recall potion? No, his spawn point is right here. He didn't recall anywhere. He used, like, a magic conch. I should really get rid of these blocks here. Hold on. Too close? No, we were fine. I don't know why I healed, though. I was keeping an eye on my HP. Let me extend this, so he stops shooting me. I actually think I should get rid of that extension, because it's messing up. Makes it slightly more difficult to grapple out of there. Demon Eye, get out. I'm trying to regen HP. You're making this way more difficult than it needs to be. Stop. Demon Eye, would you please fuck off? Damn it. I was really hoping Skeletron would stop spinning earlier than he did. I'd see the bomb stars. Okay, whatever. He's been contained. The Demon Eye is no longer a problem. That's what I was thinking, Clowen. Unless the knockback is also an element. But, like, if it's just based on moving, surely it would have happened to other people. But it's not based on attacking, because Tempestissima had it happen when he wasn't attacking. But then what else could it be? Although if it is on Don't Dig Up is a niche enough seed that maybe this particular level of movement hasn't happened to most people, or if they did, they just didn't notice it or something because they died. Because he was spinning on top of them. But it feels... the whole thing's weird. The bug clearly did not exist until today. True. I cursed Terraria's code by using the lawnmower. Okay, down below 9k. I'm gonna just wait till my potion comes off cooldown. Seems unnecessarily risky to do this without it. How long have we been fighting Skeletron? This attempt? Because we can extrapolate how long this will take from that. Next thing expecting is it may only happen during daytime. That is something I was thinking of, the time of day. But I was thinking that it would have been too weird to have the time of day occur at such a consistent HP value. But it would make sense if it was just daytime in general. 25 minutes? Okay, so it'll probably take like 100 minutes to kill him here. So maybe like another hour and a half. Oh yeah, no, I did stop time. That is true. Although I may have stopped time during the day. I didn't actually pay much attention there. I didn't ever watch. Terraria's code is very wacky, yeah. How he's not going to do it so just makes me seem crazy. I think it being movement-based makes sense. Because that was a relatively consistent factor between each of the times we saw it happen. And we are not seeing it happen now. And it would also explain why it was so easily noticeable with the lawnmower, because you have to be moving with the lawnmower. So it might not be as readily evident with other weapons because you wouldn't be moving in the same manner, because you don't have to. I know he said it wasn't related to weapons, but the way that the lawnmower requires you to move might make it more easy to occur. I think this specific instance of the fight we've been doing for maybe half an hour. Skeletron as a whole, 2.5 hours. If you count the troubleshooting the bugs and whatnot. Pretty much Fortress, yeah. This is just pre-hard mode, too. We do about 100 damage a go. A bit more. So this is a journey mode don't dig up world, but it is set to master mode, Coward. And if you missed it, Skeletron has been a nightmare because there is some weird bug that causes Skeletron to despawn and blink out of existence. And we're still in the process of troubleshooting why it occurs. It seems to be based on moving in a particular way, specifically on this seed. As far as we can tell. But the previous 2 attempts, we got through Skeletron's hands, which took like an hour, and then he would just blink out and despawn mid-fight, which was rather annoying. I didn't like that. Yeah, it looks like we had about 100 damage in it, thing there. I did not kill his hands the 3rd time, Marley. I killed his hands the 1st time, I killed his hands the 2nd time, and the 3rd time I phoned a friend called Lucy, and she killed the hands for me. They're clipping through the wall. That is how the demon eyes are getting in here. They are clipping through the wall. Okay, well at least I know. It wasn't me missing a spot in the arena. They just hacked and clipped through the wall. Killing them with an axe is pretty hard? No, it's not. Not when you have 67 defense. Is wall possible? I'm gonna try it at least. Damn, he clipped me there. Damn it. And this way, I'm not using doors to get a Terror Blade. I stop it by killing it. It's way too much work trying to hit the Demon Eye. It's easier to just try to get him to clip into here. Well, bugs typically don't occur. Like, the more strange the manner in which you're playing the game, I feel like the more likely it is to encounter bugs. Purely Lawnmower. Okay, down below 8,000. You know, even with all the failed attempts, I'm pretty sure this is still less time than we spent fighting Queen Bee. Yeah, I already did accessories only. Starcloak OP. Hard mode boss would be hours. Pre-hard mode bosses are taking hours. Although I did beat the game with a copper short sword and a flare gun. I'm no stranger to doing this. Hey, Jokey. Please. Yeah. Whoa. Damn it. Yeah, go. Damn it. Whatever. Just want this demon eye out of my life. Yes. There we go. Okay. Demon eye gone. Okay. Mechanic plowing. We did already loot the dungeon. If you want to see how I did that, watch my most recent video on how to loot the dungeon without killing Skeletron. But that's not going to allow us to get the mechanic, which is going to give us teleporters, which are going to be very important for a lot of hard mode bosses, I suspect. Can you please explain what's going on here? You just joined. I am killing Skeletron with a lawnmower. Skeletron is a hacking piece of shit and keeps despawning in the middle of the fight. So we have to engineer very specific situations where we are not moving, because I believe moving is related to causing the bug. And that's why we have this little setup here where we sit still and lawnmower him. You just realized it was lawnmower only challenge? Did you read the title? The lawnmower has very specific hit detection. The reason we can't just jump at Skeletron and lawnmower him is because it doesn't deal damage. In order to deal damage with the lawnmower, you have to be standing on a solid block and also moving forward. Which is why we need to be sitting on the ground there, and we can't just be hitting him. It won a poll. It won. We've already killed Eye of Cthulhu, King Slime, Bane of Cthulhu, Deerclops, and Queen Bee. And we had good luck, thank you. I'm no stranger to doing things like this, like I said though. I have beaten the game with a copper short sword, and a flare gun, and accessories only, and on a dance pad. And most of the game with voice controls and or like half the game with voice controls and blindfolded. And with the brain suckler blindness permanently. And without producing light. Really in a lot of different ways. See, I can go in for damage here, but I feel like it's safer just to wait for my potion to come off cooldown. And I'd rather do that. We only have to do this about 76 more times. Because if we're doing about 100 damage a cycle... 76 potion cooldowns would be about 76 minutes, which is only a little over an hour, which is not that long. How do I have so little viewers? You probably do the craziest challenges ever. I got cursed by a witch. I dated her back in college, and we didn't have a nice breakup. And, life's kind of been hell since then, you know? Not very nice being cursed. Right, I was not paying attention to time. It's here, Tempestissima. Couldn't confirm the time of day thing? Okay. You could potentially look at the VOD where I had it despawn twice in the separate world where I had the watch. Because it may have been during nighttime, and if it was during nighttime during those, then you could rule it out. Alright, 7,500. We are more than 25% of the way there. Yo, Falling Star. Having the Brain of Confusion proc is really nice for when we're doing that, because that gives us a solid extra second to deal damage without taking damage. Whoops. A little bit slow on that one. Are Skeletron, Skeleton, Lava the only thing that damage the old man? I think you can Rotten Egg the old man. Bees might also damage the old man, and Queen Bee. I imagine Fly Meal would probably do it too. I'm not positive on those, but... the falling stars in this seed probably also damage the old man if they were to hit him. I'm not sure what else would, aside from those things. Traps probably do it. We actually do a little more than 100 each time. I think given the amount of time we spent today, I probably won't play XCOM after the stream today. Especially because I was up early editing that video. God. I'm so glad that I figured out how the Demonized were getting in here. I thought I messed up building the arena at first, but no. No, it's because they were hacking little... Demonized that would clip through one block things and through solid blocks. Not hacking, hoiking. There were no hammered blocks involved. At least I don't think there was a hammered block there. My walls are not safe. Fuck. What's in them? Is the corn man in them? Yeah, I feel like this is a really good example of the fact that you do not need much space at all to dodge Skeletron. Some people make very big arenas for Skeletron, and that's really unnecessary. Because you really don't need much space at all. He accelerates to catch up to you, is how his AI works. I'd see a fortress. Like, if you try to run away from him when he's not in his spinning phase, like this phase here, he'll accelerate to catch you. So more space isn't really helping, unless you're on Get Fixed. You still don't really need that much space on Get Fixed, boy. He still has the same acceleration thing. You want a bit more space, because he's bigger and faster, but you really don't need that much. Or with big arenas, he might not despawn. I don't think that's going to be the truth. I never really found the Bone Mages to be much of an issue. At least if you have a lot of defense. Like, the smaller the space, the easier it is to kill them, because they're closer to you. I usually use a Molten Fury with Unholy Arrows, which is very effective at piercing. And you can line them up easily if in a arena that isn't excessively large. Maybe I'll start going in for small hits there. And bail out before I take too much damage, and then keep my potion off cooldown. Okay. I think I can safely say at this point, whatever the issue was that was causing him to despawn, we have avoided through this contraption here. How did it... Where did you hack in here too? I saw that blood crawler. It was down here. How the fuck did it get up here? Get out of here. Okay, down to 6,600. We're making good progress. He's almost halfway dead. Walls in Terraria are not safe. Yeah, I guess I have to pay more attention to the area directly around the arena in case enemies clip into it like that. Nah, I think it was probably movement-based. And since we're not, I think we've avoided the issue altogether. Whoops. That is what we don't want to do, because that is us moving. Moving is bad. I wasn't holding S. In order to walk up against this without moving past it, I have to hold down at the same time while walking, otherwise I'll walk over the, thing. But yeah, had we not had these issues with Skeletron despawning, he would have been dead quite a while ago. Because we don't actually... Like, our damage is not that bad against him. It might seem like our damage is bad. It's really not. 8 damage being able to be dealt How? 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 Is it this one? How are these enemies getting in here? Surely that'll stop them. I need double thick walls. Like this stream really accurately showcases how buggy this game is. Well, like, this one's been safely contained. I think I'm gonna make a pizza tonight. I could go for some more quesadillas. I'll have to think about it. Watch that top demon eye go. I don't want him to... Why did these demon eyes keep... I still look at how the blood crawler must have, like, jumped up there. There was also the point in time where the, face monster clipped through a one-block gap there. Okay. Almost past 6,000. 6090 right now. I would much rather do fights like Skeletron than Queen Bee, though. It feels really hot in my room. I'm gonna check the temperature. I may need to turn on the AC a bit. It's 81 degrees. It's 81 degrees. You think I'm wearing clothes, Team NWG? Okay, we broke 6K. I think I'm probably going to, not stream tomorrow because I think I'm gonna have to take a lot of time to do preparations for hard mode over the weekend. Including, like, making the surface safe to be in, terraforming the underworld so we can fight the Wall of Flesh there, stuff like that. So I'll probably do the Wall of Flesh on Monday. We're a long way away from that. But that'll probably be the plan. I might stream something else tomorrow. I'll have to think about it. We're not quite halfway there. We're almost halfway there. He's a little over half HP, though. It's, what? 55, 110 is halfway. Wait. 55, 56... 55, 110. Fight a red normal mob sword again. And knowing him, I'm sure he'd come to my game and make a hoik to teleport all the mobs in himself. If somebody makes a mod that resolves the despawning issue. Were you planning to do this yourself? You think you're going to struggle with that one? To figure out what's going wrong, though, or to make a mod that fixes it, you need to figure out what's going wrong, though. Alright, now we're halfway there. I'm gonna try to up my DPS by going for attacks where my potions are not off cooldown. But shorter attacks, where I don't take as much damage. Because the best time for me to get damage is when the Brain of Confusion dodge triggers. And so if I can get that to trigger more frequently, I can get in more damage. Because that's a solid second of me just sitting there. Grinding down the bone. I think the Demon Eye might have spawned up here and then clipped through that block there. That's my guess for how it got in here. Because I closed off the one block gap there, but I didn't close off one over there. And it's a natural dirt wall, so enemies would be able to spawn behind it. I'm getting hungry. I ate some quesadillas before the stream started, but I didn't eat very many. I do appreciate Lucy being here giving me company, though. There we go. Cerebral Mind Trick finally triggered. Okay, we are almost at 5k. We are slowly but surely whittling him down. I'm glad we could find a way to overcome that glitch, and it wasn't based on the lawnmower. It was based on the movement we were doing while trying to attack him with the lawnmower. It's been more than 2 hours. This fight? I don't think this fight has been more than 2 hours. Were you here for one of the ones where we despawned? I'm sure we'll look into it more after the stream today, Sharktails. Queen Bee yesterday took 3 hours. That was a long fight. Okay, about to break 5K. Time for the hot tub stream. I'm tired. Yeah, rip my old webcam. Turns out electronics and water don't mix. Who knew? I feel like we've got under an hour left. Maybe like 45 minutes. Because 4,800, we're dealing damage a bit faster now, too. Before we were dealing about 100 each potion cooldown, but now we're dealing more damage than that. Probably like 150 each potion cooldown, if not more. So I feel like it shouldn't be terribly long till we're done. Whew. Let me actually see how much we're doing in 1 minute. Let me look at when it turns to 517. And then count from there. Okay, 517 now. Wait, I didn't even see. I think he started like 4,600 something. I also got unlucky there. Didn't get a Plane of Confusion trigger. Let me just look on the potion cooldown. That'll be a good one. We started about 46. I think like 4650 or something. 4690? Okay. Let's see how much we deal by the time this potion comes off cooldown. And this is with bad RNG. Because we didn't get a sweep with my trick. But now we're at 120. Okay, with playing risky, we get about 200 damage in a minute. But that's also with bad RNG. Risky plays and bad RNG is 200 damage a minute. So I feel like the 150 range is probably reasonable for more conservative play. Use slime invincibility exploit? No. I don't want to do that. Please, Plane of Confusion trigger. There we go. Finally. Oh, it triggered twice. Shit. I wish I'd caught that faster. Could have gotten some more damage. The new dungeon pre-Skeletron glitch was genius. You know, there's a way this is so game-breaking. The game was literally breaking earlier. If you missed it, Skeletron, we found some glitch. We didn't figure out the specifics of it, but he will just despawn mid-fight, just blink out of existence. Which is not really what you want to have happen an hour into a fight. It was something related to moving, and I think specifically on this seed. A particular pattern of moving while being hit by a spinning attack that caused him to blink out of existence. Wouldn't a panic necklace make more sense for this fight than the Brain of Confusion? No. Speed is not the issue. Taking hits is what we need. We don't need the panic necklace at all. The Brain of Confusion gives us... I don't know, man. I don't know. I got no idea. What was the HP he was at? I will just summon him and then damage with him with Lucy back down to the point he was at. Let me check that HP value. Because at this point, I do not really care. 44.18. 42.66. 41.62. 41.46. See, 41.62. 41.46 looks right. Okay. We'll bring him down to 41.46. That is the Skeletron despawning glitch that keeps happening. And I'm kind of sick of dealing with it. This is the third time. So we're just going to attack him with another weapon until he gets down to the HP value he was at. $41.46 is the number. Was I might have attacked him slightly before I hit the wall there. I might have been moving when I did it. And who would have thought that? Yeah, the problem with the Lawnmower run is not the damage. It's not the time. It's not being able to stay alive. No, it's the fact that the game literally breaks and despawns the boss in the middle of the fight. I was moving. Only slightly. I guess I'll be really sure it's not HP based, because he did that well below half HP. So that rules out that one. And it's not based on the position of the old man either. It must be moving. I was moving, then I was standing still for one frame, and the next he was gone. No, it's not that, Winterhood. We've tested this in a variety of different circumstances. Wait. Wait. That's... Why is this game like this? Why? Why are you doing this to me, game? Old man's back. 40, what was it? 41.46? Great, now we got zombies in there. Something is just wrong with Skeletron now. Look, man, I don't know what's going on. All I know is I'm trying to kill Skeletron, and he keeps just leaving. And I don't appreciate it. Yeah, the Cobalt Shield, or the knockback immunity. It was 41-42, but then Skeletron disappeared, and it went up to 41-46. He regained HP? I'm sure you could watch it frame by frame to make sure. Okay. Oh, let's go to 41-46. Skeletron has something against me? Yeah. I went 41-62 to 41-42. Okay. So 41-42 is the number. See, he doesn't take the lot. He doesn't take Lucy. I'm just sitting there swinging at him with Lucy and he despawns. 41-46? Okay. By the way, Lucy the Axe, great weapon. Maybe take the shield off? No, I need to have the shield. This is, like, not possible without the shield. And it's not possible without having him directly on top of me, either. Because if we take knockback, we get knocked off. And we can't deal damage because we're no longer on solid ground. I can bait him around like this with Lucy, but not, Okay. 41-46. When did they add the Lawnmower axe? Look, Defender, just rewind the stream and see the 4 times that he's despawned mid-fight, including with using the axe. And yeah, it's not timer-based, because that happened, like, immediately into the fight. For those of you thinking it was timer-based. So I'll slowly skip Skeletron. Yeah, I intentionally downloaded a mod that causes Skeletron to despawn. And then Tempestissima is also actually my alt. And they also are in on the lie. Okay, how are we going to get down the last couple numbers? We'll just lawnmower him once we get to that point. Red doesn't want me to beat Skeletron with a lawnmower. I need the Cobalt Shield, man. But yeah, the reason we're killing Skeletron is 1, because it's a mandatory boss. And 2, because the mechanic is going to be very, 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 very helpful. Once we get to the hard mode bosses, because teleporters. Mandatory boss your ass? You have to fight him to have the cultist spawn. The cultists will never spawn at the dungeon until the old man is gone. And the old man is only gone when Skeletron's dead. Yeah. You have to kill Skeletron for game completion. You don't need to do it until you want to fight the cultist, but you have to kill Skeletron. Okay, 41-46 is our number. I'll probably just get him to like 4,200 and then go with the lawnmower from there. One more hit. Okay, I think that's good. You also have to do it pre-mech unless you naturally get a mech skull. You could also break altars and have a naturally spawned prime. 10% chance each night. Well, 10% chance for each one of the mech bosses. For any one of the mech bosses, it would be 3.33% if you haven't killed one, and then 5% if you've killed one. And then guaranteed 10% if you've killed the other two. You also might be able to Titan potions take bones, right? Could you shimmer Titan potions to get bones? You would need an obscene amount of them. Like 50 to get enough bones to make a mech skull. Because potions don't have good returns. As soon as I switch to Lawnmower, it's going to despawn. No, I'm just going to make sure I'm fully... You'd shimmer dungeon furniture? Dungeon furniture isn't crafted with bones, is it? Bone platforms, maybe. I don't think the furniture was craftable, though. Well, if it is, it was with dungeon brick. Because bone furniture is different than the stuff in the dungeon. Pray for no despawn. Yeah. I just need to make sure I'm fully stopped moving when we start attacking him. Pianos also need bones? Yes. Are there pianos in the dungeon that spawn naturally? Could you shimmer them? Do pianos spawn in underground cabins too? Could you potentially get bones that way by shimmering them? I know all pianos take bones. I'm saying where they spawn. Yeah, if you got a bunch of them, you could probably get bones that way. But you need a lot of them to make anything meaningful. Cavern layer? How many bones goes into one piano? 8 is the number that pops out in my head, but I have no basis for that. No idea if it's correct or not. 4? You would need a lot of pianos to make anything meaningful then. Impractical, but not impossible, yeah. You'd probably be better off just waiting for a natural spawn, though. Need 8 pianos to make a skull. Skull 30 or 35? I forget. $30? Oh yeah, I'm in journey mode? What about journey mode? Not gonna mess with time? No, time's not paused. This is Don't Dig Up. Time limits don't exist on Don't Dig Up. I don't need to use time control. If time was paused, the old man wouldn't have respawned. I did that incorrectly. I was moving when I was attacking Skeletron, and I should not do that because that's what causes him to despawn. I need to go into that nook before I start moving. Because moving is what causes him to despawn. As far as I can tell, that seems to be the source of the glitch. It's presumably being inside him while moving with knockback resistance. That seems to be our current best guess. I don't want to start attacking him until I'm getting that. Hey, Cheesy. Oh, somebody had mentioned this earlier. I think Goblin Scouts also damage the old man. Might be wrong on that one, but I think I remember that being a thing. Go in here before he gets here. Go. Down to 3,500. And if you consider that we started the fight when we got him down to 4,100, we're like an eighth of the way done. We're basically over. 12.5%. If you just recontextualize all the time you spent as not existing, then we're basically, we just made a ton of progress. And we're not having random demonizing blood crawlers clip into the arena anymore. It's a blood moon, which should have no impact on us whatsoever, because enemies cannot get into this area because of the walls. I'm going to say this, even though they have repeatedly managed to do so, because I believe it in my heart to be true, even if empirical evidence proves otherwise. Yeah. That is true. The knockback immunity is not specific to being post-Skeletron. You can get knockback immunity with Gladiator armor. Although, I'll be honest, I have never gotten a full set of Gladiator armor in my life. But yeah. The Cobalt Shield was just to avoid having to farm for Gladiator armor. I mean, even if we didn't do the overload spawn cap thing, you can still get into the dungeon pre-Skeletron. Like, you can use hoiks and a bed. You can, like... If you just run into the dungeon repeatedly, eventually you can get lucky enough to get to the first chest or two. Sharp weights are actually buffed in 1.4. Yeah, and it got reworked to giving the knockback immunity. But it's still, like... There's never something I've ever felt like doing. Okay, almost down to 3k. Three times more often. That is way better than it used to be. The Lawnmower is not relevant, and nor is attacking him. It is being inside of him with knockback immunity while moving. In a particular way, as far as we can tell, that causes him to despawn. We've had it occur, I think, between me and Tempest-Issimon. Probably like 8 or 9 times. You actually managed to get that by accident in the Don't Dig Up playthrough? What, the despawning glitch? Oh, the full gladiator armor set. We're also not sure if it's tied to the don't dig up seed or not. But yeah, attacking at all is not important. Attacking with a lawnmower is not it. I mean, you can rewind the stream to the times it happened in the past. It happened once with Lucy and probably like 5 times with the lawnmower. And the consistent factor between all of them has been moving while we've been inside of him with knockback resistance. Although I don't think knockback resistance actually has anything to do with it. I think it's just being inside of him while moving, because we did it with God mode while we were testing, and we weren't getting knocked back because we couldn't be getting knocked back because he wasn't hitting us. So I don't think knockback immunity actually has anything to do with it, unless just being inside of him without being knocked back is what matters. Because normally he knocks you out of his middle, but like being with him centered on you while moving or something. His arms have been dead for all of it, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's related to his arms being dead. But we were able to replicate it with God mode enabled. I don't want to attack him while moving, though. If you want to try to replicate it, though, I would suggest rewinding the stream to the times that it happened. Because we did decently extensive testing on it to try to determine what circumstances it would arise in. And you can see it occur in a lot of different places. We broke 3k, though. I'm glad we brought plenty of buffs. I found vertebra for more monster lasagna. Or just get the dryad and plant pumpkins. I really need to build NPC houses. We're severely lacking them. 2747. Oh wait, it's a blood moon. I do really like the way the painted dungeon looks in a lot of the different seeds. I think For the Worthy Drunk and Don't Dig Up and Get Fixed by all of the painted dungeon. And it looks great in all of them. Some of the For the Worthy colors look kind of mid. Especially like when it's painted like yellow. But most of the time it looks really cool. 2627. But when it's painted like the deep purple colors, or red, or blue, or green, it looks really nice. Maybe it's a remix thing? That was what we had said, yeah. It may be tied to the Don't Dig Up seed. We were uncertain because I couldn't do extensive enough testing on it. But, all of the times we have replicated it, it has been on the remix seed. I've only tried briefly on non-remix seed, but I did not replicate it there. Whereas I replicated it very easily. Most of the times we've attempted it on the remix seed. Except for that one time where we couldn't get it to happen. Yeah, below 2.5 thousand. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably put more effort into testing it. I mean, you don't have to test it, Defender. It's just if you'd like to. Did you rewind the stream to watch the points in time where it had happened? I think somebody also sent a clip of it in my Discord server. You could see the exact conditions under which it occurred, which might help try to replicate it. Still doing this? Yeah. We're almost done, though. We've identified the cause of his despawning and how to avoid it. Yeah, we don't know why. We're just... It's our best guess, and it seems to be correct. Based on everything I can tell, it seems to be moving when he is, like, fixated on you like that. But then again, it doesn't... No, totally not YN. This is, What attempt is this? The 5th attempt? We haven't died in any of the attempts. We have, however, had him despawn repeatedly due to a strange bug that keeps occurring. We've been doing this for like 4 hours now. Or 3 hours. I forget when we started. But if it's just movement-based, then he would have had to despawn when I was leaving this situation. Like, because I'm inside of him here, and if I'm leaving, maybe it's walking horizontally when it's... I don't know. Brain of Confusion is really putting in work here, though. Taking so long, the arena is growing vines, yeah. I'm sure when we head back, like, all of the plants we planted are going to be fully planted, too. Fully grown. Fully planted, what am I talking about? We've only had one Blood Moon occur, though. Over the span of the fight. Okay. Below 2,000. 1875. Probably said test Dungeon Guardian as well? I suppose you could, yeah. It's an interesting idea. You'd need God mode for that one, though. Which isn't much of an issue, but... would be interesting to know. Dungeon Guardian is faster. And the speed that he's moving at may play a factor into it. It's not exactly the same behavior, because the Dungeon Guardian's a bit faster. And when Skeletron's enraged, he gets to the same speed as the Dungeon Guardian. But his AI here is not the same as the Dungeon Guardian's, because he's on a loop. He alternates between spinning and then hovering, and I think that's all one AI package. I don't think he swaps between 2 AI packages. But then in daytime, he swaps to the Dungeon Guardian AI package. I don't think it's relevant, no, but I think it'd be cool to know. Okay, 1715. Just get Brain of Cthulhu to proc every time. Just shimmer. Okay, we're almost done with the fight. Is this perfect chopping weather? I agree, it is. Late arrival. And now it's time for him to despawn. You can't get it to happen. Maybe you're missing a condition, or it could be a platform issue. Yeah. We're still not entirely sure why it happens, or even if it's movement-based. But thanks for testing it out. Good to know that you couldn't get it to happen on mobile. On the bright side, unlike Queen Bee, we do actually deal damage to Skeletron. So, if you ignore the fact that he despawned like 4 times throughout multiple different fights, the fight's not actually taking that long. Yeah, 8 damage. Those are damage levels we have not seen since the Eye of Cthulhu. Where we discover that the Eye of Cthulhu has a specific vulnerability to low damage weapons when near dead. Have I done B? Yes. Skeletron is the only pre-hard mode boss that we are able to fight in this world before the Wall of Flesh that we have not killed. We killed Queen Bee yesterday. Queen Bee was miserable. Queen Bee was not a fight, it was a reading HP Lovecraft simulator. Because we just automated it, taped down my mouse, and then just read a book. It was completely non-interactive. Also, the difficulty of the world does not seem to have influenced Skeletron's ability to do it. Which is interesting, because the speed that Skeletron spins at is drastically slower in Journey Mode and Classic, which is what Tempestissimon had managed to get it to replicate the behavior on. So it's not based on the speed that he spins at, because of the speed up in Expert or Master Mode. Which I think is interesting. Even though he moved it drastically slower, it still happened. 12:59. Found a 2021 forum post on the exact bug. How fast was Deerclops? Deerclops was very fast, maybe like 20 minutes. Could you link it in my Discord, Defender? I'd like to look through that after this. Or if you're not in my Discord, just like put it in helper in. So the distance between you and Skeletron to be 0. Okay, we're down below 1K. You're scared, we'll be fine. Happened with plant and bee? Interesting. I've never noticed that behavior happening with Plantera before. Even though I've been in similar situations. Happens with Queen Bee? When does Queen Bee get on top of you? Even standing still, you're not always at 0 for some reason. Well, let's just kill up Skeletron, then we can read through and speculate on all this. Does Queen Bee go on top of you? Okay, 2023. Look, I didn't... I... Asking for a friend. And hoping for him to despawn again? Why? No, please. I don't want him to despawn anymore. $5.79. Okay, I didn't say that, Tegan. Okay, there's that. The game hitched for a second there, and I thought it was about to crash. That wasn't stream lag, that was the game itself lagging. Alright, below 500. Except the crashing from Moonlord. I mean, usually what we'll do if we crash during things like this is essentially what we did with Lucy, which is just get back to the point before we crashed with a different weapon, and then continue from there. I've had that happen before with, like, the Destroyer and Moonlord. I remember when I would leave my PC on overnight, sometimes it would restart for updates. Why do I sit in the chair? Boosted HP regen, Molly. Sitting in a chair increases your HP regen. You're 91. You don't see no dress? Yeah, I'm not wearing clothes. It's like 81 degrees in my room. I don't know, Defender. $171. Probably 2 more cycles. And so far, he has only despawned 4 times. It is entirely possible he is going to despawn again before this fight is over. But with any luck, he will not do that. You're welcome to go just, like, subscribe to my OnlyFans, Queeky. But you don't need to be horny here when I'm not even doing anything that would cause horniness. 75. I look kind of badass with the grandpa skin, mowing the grass while casually sitting in the chair. He doesn't give a fuck about no old bone man. He just needs to mow his grass. What are his neighbors gonna think when he sees his unkept grass? Attack him while moving? No. He'll be dead here. We've learned our lesson before. He's despawned enough. Okay. Let's go home. That's the Eye of Cthulhu, King Slime, Brain, Queen Bee, Deerclops, Skeletron. We got a couch. What is my house? What do you... That's a turtle. What do you mean, what is my house? Which are you, reptiles? Okay, well that's gonna be it for the day. I am tired. 6 gold, 48 silver. Most lackluster celebration I've ever seen. I mean, I'm gonna kill, like, a lot of bosses that way. I don't really care what any one individual one is like. Like, yeah, I mean, I killed Skeletron. What do you expect me to do? Like, jump in the air screaming? No, I mean, he's dead. Killed him. Okay. We're done. Currently at... M. 21 hours, 39 minutes, 22 seconds. I will be back Monday with this. I may stream tomorrow, I may not. I'll have to think about it and see how I'm feeling. But I need to do preparation for hard mode. I need to get an arena set for the Wall of Flesh. I need to prepare the surface to not be hell once hard mode comes. I need to make NPC houses, stuff like that. So this will not be going on tomorrow, but next Monday will be when I fight the Wall of Flesh. Bye, everyone.